What a shit show. Oh, jeez. We'll get this. We'll get this. Maybe. This might happen. Oh, disaster. Let's do this. Let's do this. All right. Don't know what happened there. Yeah, I guess my internet is just substandard. It's kind of why I haven't been going live. The phone that I'm shooting this on, this epic truck repair live stream, it's been having trouble connecting to the internet waves in the air. Yeah, I'm on my way. Actually, people have been subscribing for some reason. Thank you, Dad, for buying me a coffee. We're going to pin that message there. We're going to pin that she. Anybody wants to buy old Brenty a coffee, you just click on that pinned comment at the top of the chat. All right. So I don't know at what point it cut out, but I think when I came back in, it was already gone. Yeah, you just chill out there, Max. So let's see if anybody else comes back. My apologies. I might have to switch phones. I might have to go to the other phone. It just randomly kicks out. Got no spark. No sparky. Well, we'll do a smoky. The tweaks are back. Jody's back. Yeah, I don't even know what. At what point did it cut right out there? When I went outside, or was I already back inside? That was annoying. I can be annoying. But we're gonna smoke. So. Anyway, I was trying to explain what was going on with the truck diagnostics. So I don't know if you saw my wiring diagrams. I don't know what time this kicked out. The last one. Do this so I can keep a closer eye. Keep a closer eye on the stream here. I thought I was being real careful, but dropped the ball, she. Only a couple more to go. Yeah, that's what I was gonna check. I was gonna see where we're at on the old subscriber count. Let's see if we can bring this up. Let's see while we're waiting for all the tweakers to file back in. Let's see YouTube Studio. Oh yeah, I gotta mark that other one public. Yeah, you think you pay pretty good dollar for decent service, but it's just shit. 484. Would you look at that? Almost at our goal for 2026 of 485. So we'll hit 485 and then we can just coast for the rest of the year. Yeah, what's this? Gabbage. Studio. What's going on here? What's happening? Yeah, let's make that public. Just so other people can suffer. There we go. Should be uploading. Yeah, here we have it. Here we have it. 484. Amazing. Who knew? I'd turn into a YouTube superstar. Oh, we're still alive. Good, good. Max's mug. Here's Max's little mug. Sorry ass mug. I almost drained the whole coffee already. Yeah, we got a couple more to go there, Dad. On our march to 1 million. Yeah, Andy Edwards is back. I don't think I've watched anything since he's been back. Oh no, I watched a little bit. I think I saw his Philosophy Sunday last week. We answered the question, "What is music?" very poorly. I have no idea. He was tweaking hard. There was a top 10 I think I saw, but I didn't catch any of the explanation of what happened, other than he got hacked. I think he clicked on a sketchy email link. Someone emailed him saying it had to do with something YouTube related or something, and he assumed it was legit when it was not legit at all. And so the hacking shit show began by clicking on the wrong link. So let that be a lesson to you boomers. Don't click on nothing except for the Buy Me a Coffee link at the top of the chat here. Feel free to click on that often. We're still alive. I can see what's going on here. But yeah, this was kind of a demotivating week. So early in the week, I had to go buy a tool to fix my fuck up there by dropping shit. Harp is the most beautiful instrument. Yeah, I didn't even click on that. Brandon stumbled in. Oh, how'd you sneak in? How's it going, buddy? You just snuck in just like that, eh? Good to see you. Good to see you. But yeah, as I was shown before, most of this week was going through YouTube tutorials and going through wiring diagrams. Too much glitter, it doesn't show up. Oh, it's just a blank page. You know, just trying to figure out what the hell is going on with the thing. And I think I had explained, maybe this got cut off, but I went through the ignition circuit. I tested all the relays. I know the starter works. Justin's in the house. Welcome, Larata, to you. First Larata of the night. Hopefully not the last. So I went through all the fuses where I should have power. There was no fuses giving me issues. But yeah, I was getting a couple of clues from the big scan tool. One of the clues was this thing was not talking to the PCM, power control module, or the transmission control module. Chow Chow's in the house. Welcome, buddy. And so I was able to extract some codes. You can't see, it's too bright. So I was able to get some codes, but these were just clues. So I was getting communications bus faults. So that's part of the communication system with the OBD2, where you plug the scanner in. This was not talking to the truck's computer at all. There were faults with the brake on-off switch, transfer case switch, or circuit open. So it was telling me there's a short to ground somewhere, but I had to isolate it. I just didn't want to start pulling the whole harness apart and start searching like needle in a haystack. Another Larata from Rebecca. We got the Larata train going. We don't have no Chow Chow train yet. Oh yeah, it's kind of a train. It's kind of sort of lumbering down the track there. We got the skull face train. Good job, good job. And so yeah, this week was just kind of going through in a systematic way, racking my brains, like, what is the problem? And I said in part one, I got cut off a few minutes ago, I've got a way to manually fire up the starter. So I know the starter's working. It's not a starter problem. Because when you turn the key on, you're supposed to hear the fuel pump go, and you're supposed to hear the injectors. They do a test fire. And I wasn't getting the fuel pump to fire up. The fuel pump module is fine. It's got the fuel pump fuse is fine. And I was getting power out from the computer where it needed to be, but there were no signals coming back in. And I think I tracked it finally down to this transmission range selector sensor, because I had pulled the connector off of the sensor and grabbed the old test light, and so I was supposed to get some voltage at that connector, and I had nothing. So between that sensor, the power goes in, and then it grounds, and then there's a signal that comes out, talks to the computer, says, yep, the transmission is in the correct orientation to start, either in park or neutral. Now, if the computer doesn't see that signal, it's going to do one of these and say, you're not going nowhere today, Shane. And so yeah, I was, for the purpose of demonstration, I grabbed this old injector that's junk. And so imagine if this is the plug going into the computer. If I was expecting, say, power to come out of that red wire, I would back probe it with the little T-clippy. You can see that T-clip that I put in the back of that connector. And then I would hook up the one end to battery ground, and then I would see when I touch that T-clip, where'd it go? When I touch the T-clip, I would get power. The little light would light up on the test light where I was expecting power. And so on the particular thumbnail that I used for this video, there's 3 harnesses that clip into the computer. Check all the pins. Yeah, I did that. So if you, for reference sake, if you want to go back to that connector, I can even show you which one I'm referring to. Possibly. Here we go. Oh yeah, it's this guy. So connector number 1 is reference voltage. So that's voltage coming out. So that's this position right here. So I got power coming out of here, but where it's supposed to go to on the transmission range selector connector, no power. So that tells me I've got to shorten the wire. And then I was getting, as I said, other weird codes saying that the oil pressure switch was open or non-functional, or it said failed. It said the brake pressure switch had issues. So all of those are kind of going into and out of the computer in various places, and if the computer is not seeing the signals it likes, it's just not going to power up the fuel injector control module. It's not going to power up the starter circuit. It's just going to say, you're walking today, Shay. So yeah, it's been Stone Age tools, the test light, the T-pin, the voltmeter, and quite possibly the most important tool of all, the nicotine. So that's what I've been using this week. So yesterday I was convinced it was a problem with the ignition circuit, but I went through the whole ignition switch. It's all good. And so today was really the first day I had the I was in the right frame of mind to go after the computer connections, because it took me a few days to process where I needed to go isolate this wiring problem. But like another clue is with the key on, like I've got power to the computer with the key on, like the dash lights come on, the headlights work. It's not low battery power. There's no, but I do notice there's a bit of a drain when the batteries are fully charged. I leave it overnight. Something is draining the battery. So again, that's a clue that there's an open somewhere in one of these circuits. And maybe pause it this time. Shout out to, YouTube creators like Scanner Danner and Schrodinger's Box. I came across these guys several years ago. There's some other really good ones, South Main Diagnostics or something. There's a few really good ones, but Scanner Danner, if you're into engine diagnostics, check out Scanner Danner's channel. I should put links here. Yeah, maybe another day. And so rather than just willy-nilly going after stuff, it's kind of a systematic approach to go after where the problem likely will be. But I said there was another clue, is that with the key on and I put the truck in reverse, the reverse lights don't come on. And so again, that's another circuit that's part of that transmission circuit, that transmission range sensor. So there's no power through that whole thing. So my guess is between the transmission range sensor and the computer, there's probably a break on one or more wires. I'm guessing the oil pressure circuit may have a break in it, and because if you've got heat and vibration are what causes these wiring failures. And if you've got a wiring harness that's rubbing up against something and there's vibration, eventually, even if they're well shielded, you can still break the insulation and a couple of wires touch. So for instance, if this range sensor wire rubs through to the oil pressure sensor, well, the oil pressure sensor is just grounded through itself. So that might cause a power drain. So now it's a matter of kind of tracing back from that range selector sensor back to, if I could find another connection and see if there's power up to a connection, then that will isolate where the break is. And so it's just sorting out, like it's not a rat's nest of wires, but it's a lot of wiring to go through. And I don't want to just start unraveling the whole wiring harness and just seeing what I can find. I want to approach it so that I don't have to unravel 6 feet of wiring harness. If I could isolate it to a section, then I'll go after that section, find my break, make the repair, hook it all back up, and I should be good to go. But it's very tedious, very, very tedious, and the wiring is certainly complex on these power smokes. Well, all modern vehicles. So I'm not approaching it at any kind of breakneck speed. I'm trying to do it in the most sensical manner, or a way that makes sense to me. I'm not working on these vehicles every day. This is, and it's been a while since I've worked on the computer system. The mechanical stuff is fairly straightforward. You know, part broke, replace part, reinstall part. You know. But when it's tracking down these phantom wiring issues or gremlins in the wiring, that you need to be a little meticulous. And what I did rule out at this point is that the computer itself is a problem. It's still a possibility. Okay, I shouldn't say I ruled out. It's not likely that the computer itself is a problem, because I'm still getting power out where I'm supposed to have power out from the computer. I'm just not getting return signals from these other circuits and sensors that are telling the computer, it's a wonderful day, just start up the truck so Brent can go drive around. So yeah, at the risk of repeating myself, it's been a while since I've tackled a wiring issue like this. So fortunately, I do have a full wiring diagram for my truck. If you're into these kinds of diagnostics, you could probably find your model And with the wiring diagrams, it's a matter of tracing every circuit, seeing what other circuits are affected by that circuit. Like it's a little bit not grueling, but you need an attention to detail. Just because you think you found the problem, well, there could be 3 other circuits that are related that are affecting whatever you're looking at. So that's it. That's the sorry ass computer diagnostics from a Tweaka in a mobile tweak shack. And so we'll carry on tomorrow. I think tomorrow I can start isolating the section of wiring that I need to focus on, now that I've found what I believe to be the circuit that's causing all the problem. And I'll report back to you once I have more info on that. But it worked right up until it was starting to get too dark to see. And I figured, what the heck, I'll go live. We'll see if my internet connection can handle a live stream. So it's sort of, it's trying. It's trying. And so there you have it. That's the Tweaka truck repair. The other thing that's been taking up my time is all this shining analysis. You guys remember just talking about The Shining? Stanley Kubrick's The Shining, not Stephen King's The Shining. Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. For whatever reason, this is a rabbit hole I decided to go down. Don't care about the Epstein shit. I think I already got the Nipah virus, disease X, so that's not a thing. Who wants Nipah virus? Anybody? Who's got Nipah? That's the next scamdemic to watch for. So that's not a thing. May as well get that out in the open now. Scam incoming. But yeah, just been looking at old Stanley Kubrick interviews, some background. I've really been focusing on the film itself, but some supplemental information can help you decipher what you're seeing on the screen. But really using the data points of what Stanley Kubrick showed in his release. And I'll link to the guy who came up with the Wendy theory, but the guy who's done the real detailed, in-depth analysis of the symbolism that supports, or an analysis that supports the Wendy theory. And the Wendy theory, I can go through that if anybody's interested. Yeah, this is just interesting to me. I don't know if anybody else cares about this. But this is Mandibil. This is his channel. So he's got like a 25-part series on all the cinematography that leads one to help understand what Kubrick was trying to say in The Shining. And the original Wendy theory, let's see if we can find that quickly for you guys. What is this? Let's see. Guys, I think it's Joe Navarro. Rob Navarro. Here we go. So this was a video from 5 years ago. Let's see if I can pull up the link for that one. And Navarro's treatment, I can see where he was going with this, but I don't agree with so much of his conclusions. But he got the ball rolling. And if you're interested in what the Wendy theory is, you can check out Rob Navarro's treatment. And the fellow from Denmark, he goes by that YouTube handle Mandibil. He's done this extreme series. Mitch is in the house. Welcome back, buddy. How's life been treating you? The basic premise is this, is that, oh, I think you triggered Dad already, Mitch. I think we got some MK Ultra phenomenon occurring in the audience just by you making your chat there. I hope this is going to go all right. But the Wendy theory basically is a subtext or subplot to the Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. Take Stephen King's The Shining and ignore it, put it on the shelf, just leave it be. It's not relevant to the discussion at hand. Because if you look at what Stanley Kubrick presented in 1980, it was Stanley Kubrick's The Shining based on a story by Stephen King. Just got out. Well, right on, buddy. Shit's over. Well, that's awesome. So, Ireland bound. There we go. Get the hell out of there. Yeah, I kind of suspected that you had been spending a little bit more time in a cage. But I guess, yeah, we'll be watching for your live streams for the full updates. But to the casual viewer of The Shining, it's a modern horror, right? That's how it's presented. And the horror on the conscious level is that it's a story of really domestic abuse, violence between a husband, wife, and potentially their child, Danny. So you got Jack Torrance, Wendy Torrance, Danny Torrance, and they're staying at this haunted hotel, the Overlook Hotel, way up in the mountains of Colorado. And the hotel is evil, and it causes Jack to lose his mind and try to do away with his family at the prompting of the ghosts that inhabit the hotel. And they cause his descent into madness. So that surface level interpretation, it's there. You know, the horrors of that kind of violence causing a person to lose their mind and pursue the path of red rum, right? Another iconic message from or symbolism from the film and the book as well. You know, there's parallels between the Stanley Kubrick and Stephen King stories, but I would say Stanley Kubrick borrowed from Stephen King, and there's some echoes or reflections of what Stephen King wrote, but Stanley Kubrick left a lot out of Stephen King's storyline, and Stephen King was not happy with that. He basically thought you ruined my story, which really centers on the supernatural as applied to how a person can be influenced by these spirits, ghosts, for lack of a better term. But the subtext, or there's another story that actually fits as well. And this is where the Wendy theory comes in that really the key to interpreting Stanley Kubrick's The Shining correctly is to look at the very first scenes in the movie where Wendy is in her apartment with Danny in the Torrance family apartment back in Boulder, Colorado, and she's reading a copy of J.D. Salinger's Catcher in the Rye. And I remember having to read that book way back in high school, back in the 1900s. And that story describes Holden Caulfield relaying his story to essentially a psychiatrist. He's been institutionalized, so he's given a first-person account to someone who's probing. It's like, what happened to you, boy? And I can't even remember I'm going to have to go back and read Catcher in the Rye. I don't have a copy of it. I don't think I ever owned a copy of it. I imagine I can find one online. Maybe find the audio book too. But Wendy is reading this as they're sitting at the very beginning of the movie. And there's symbolism from Catcher in the Rye that is reintroduced at the end of the Stanley Kubrick's The Shining, that kind of bookends the Wendy theory, in that one way of looking at Stanley Kubrick's The Shining is that this is all something that Wendy has dragged out of her subconscious and her shadow side, and a lot of the work of Carl Jung plays into this, where Jung describes the human psyche as the persona, the front-facing side of the human organism, or the human psyche. And then that could also, I don't want to get into too much discussion about Jung, but some of you may have done a deep dive on Jung. But really a pioneer in human psychology. And I kind of take this with a grain of salt. Like there's things that Jung got correct, but there's a lot of things that Jung was influenced by that are very sketchy. But to encapsulate it, Jung presented the persona, which is the face you display to the world, and then maybe a subset of that is your conscious mind or your conscious understanding, and then below that is like your subconscious, and then even the dark side or shadow side is the deepest portions of the human psyche. So it's not quite it's sort of a three-part composition of the human psyche. The persona conscious, the subconscious, things that you aren't even aware of going on, and then the shadow stuff, things you're hiding and you're not even aware you're hiding it. And so if you spend any time on the internet, there's kind of this whole, not a trend but it's kind of doing the shadow work. Now, I'm not saying go and do that. I'm not saying I've done that, but for the purpose of interpreting this story, let's use Kubrick's understanding of Jung and what he's trying to communicate to us as an audience. And so the Wendy theory basically posits that everything in The Shining was completely a product of Wendy's experience, the trauma she's had, possibly most likely as a child, and it's all being relayed to someone she's describing the events to, where she's unpacking her conscious, her subconscious, and even her shadow side. And that parallels with what was going on with Catcher in the Rye. So I think it's kind of a key to unlocking the whole interpretation. There's another subtext, possibly a couple of more subtexts, in that Kubrick was very much against the elite of modern society, the New World Order, if you want to call it. And if you're looking at the Kubrick universe, if you look at Clockwork Orange, a film I haven't seen, actually I'm not too familiar with Kubrick. It's really just this analysis of The Shining that's starting to give me a deeper appreciation for his approach, his genius, and what he was saying through his movies. So Clockwork Orange, Dr. Strangelove, where he was just overtly coming against the military-industrial complex and the CIA. And then later on, after Strangelove, you had another one. What was that one called? It wasn't well received, but it was basically having to do with kind of the peerage and the people that inherit their positions. Kind of what do we call that today? Nepo babies that rise to places. They don't rise to places of power. They're born into power. Barry Lyndon, I think, is the name of that one. And then The Shining came out. And then following The Shining, you had, and then 2001: Space Odyssey. There's some themes there that in the Kubrick universe, he references his own films as well as giving honor to other filmmakers, whether it be Hitchcock or others. I don't want to. There's references to the Nosferatu film back from the, what was that, like the 30s or 40s, of that genre. And then he makes certain references to The Shining that kind of explicitly say, I'm not going with Stephen King's Shining. This is Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. And the clearest example of that is when Dick Halloran is trying to come rescue Wendy, and he's on the highway, and there's a red Volkswagen Beetle that got smashed up by a semi, and basically that's the red Beetle was the Torrance family car in Stephen King's The Shining, but in Stanley Kubrick's The Shining, it was a yellow Volkswagen Beetle. So it's kind of all these clues, these codes that Kubrick put into his work that causes these pieces to fall into place that support the Wendy theory, in that she is giving a first-person account of these events. And it's done through, the way the shots are framed. As the camera is panning in so many of these shots, Wendy is at the center, and there's symmetries, and there's angles, and there's lighting. You'll have the screen kind of split by light on one side and dark on the other. And so the theory is that Wendy has a split personality. Whether you call it borderline personality disorder or whatever, psychology can get very confusing. But going back to what was understood in the late 70s, early 80s, Kubrick was going with this analysis of this Jungian approach to understanding the human psyche. And so much of the cinematography shows Wendy uh, as the use of mirrors, the use of the photographs on the walls. These are all kind of mirroring her psyche, and that Jack is, her husband, is shown reflected in so many shots. Jack is a reflection of her. Like it's fascinating once you look at all this, the symbology and the coding that's in there, and this Mandeville from Denmark has done a fantastic job of very meticulous detail of looking at all the inconsistencies, all the supposed continuity errors, where this table was there, now it's gone. The light switch was there in the previous scene, but now it's gone. Like, how does a light switch just appear and disappear? There, in the Overlook Hotel, in the caretaker's quarters, there's this oval picture. It looks like a bit of a tree stump where somebody painted some lakeside mountain image on it, and it moves over the bed. It gets tilted in different directions. It disappears in one shot where it should be clearly visible. And so that in a normal film would be a continuity error, where there's a continuity editor. She would run to Stanley and say, hey, that thing needs to be straightened, or for whatever reason it's moved. But Kubrick introduced all these continuity errors to show us that as Wendy is relaying her account of the events, she's getting details off, or it's showing the muddled inability of Wendy to tell a coherent story. And so you see all these inconsistencies that are not inconsistencies at all, if you're understanding that Wendy is telling a story, but she's not a very good storyteller. She likes watching TV, she likes reading books, and it's like she's telling her therapist, her psychiatrist, details, and she's making mistakes all throughout the story that she's telling. And so that's where you get these kind of mysterious, inexplicable details that you have to come up with an explanation for. And as I had said on the last live stream from Tuesday, that one of Kubrick's favorite books was The Code Breakers by Kahn, K-A-H-N. Was it Joseph Kahn or something Kahn? And if you understand that Kubrick was intentionally putting codes into his film, it unlocks a whole realm of possibilities of what was he trying to communicate, because he was trying to communicate stuff. And he was doing that, leaving these breadcrumbs, leaving these clues, and it's up to the viewer to figure all this stuff out. So yeah, I wanted to do this live stream to give the update of what was going on with the power stroke, pardon me. And to put these links where you guys can check that out of what rabbit hole I've been living in, because I find this fascinating. As far as film interpretation, I've never been that much of a, I don't have a lot for film appreciation, but this kind of analysis, it's like a puzzle. It's like my curiosity got piqued, and so I had to go spend some time in this rabbit hole, and so I've gone through Mandeville's content as well as others. There's another guy, I think Rob, what's his name? Let's see. Collative learning. He's not of the opinion that the Wendy theory is valid. What's his name? Rob Alger? Rob Ager. Ager. So he does an interpretation of The Shining. He's got lots of material. He's got a website, Collative Learning, and a YouTube channel, Collative Learning. And so I don't see the Wendy theory as something that needs to be debunked. It needs to be explored. And the fellow from Denmark, he's definitely explored it, and there's something to it. Some other subtext, I got sidetracked there a few minutes ago. Some other subtext are the abuse of the Indian populations, where these hotels, the Overlook Hotel, was built, not supposedly, but it was supposed to be built on an ancient Indian burial ground, is the way it's described by Stuart Ullman in the film. And so the mistreatment of the Indian populations at the time of the building of these grand hotels throughout the West, and there was a whole string of them. The Harvey Hotel chain was really the first American franchise, and that's some material I picked up from Truth Stream Media. You guys heard of Alex Jones? Well, one of his folks used to work for him, kind of left. It must have been over 10 years ago. I forget their names, but him and his wife have a YouTube called Truth Stream Media, where it goes into the American history side of The Shining. And another sub context has to do with Kubrick's hate of the elites. Alex who? That's what I said. I'm not trying to communicate anything. I'm just trying to get the MK Ultra program kick-started here. But the very last image of the film is that snapshot of Jack Torrance in a photograph, a black and white photograph from apparently the 1920s, because it has a date on it. It says July 4th ball. Not 4th of July ball, but the July 4th ball in 1921. And there's, on Truth Stream Media's channel, they go into why it was not a 4th of July ball. Because on a 4th of July ball, you'd expect a bunch of American flags and balloons and celebration, but you don't see that pictured there. There's a whole nother thing that was going on in American history on July 4th, 1921. And I'll leave it up to you guys to check out that rabbit hole. And so there is a lot of background that you can go outside of the film itself to help interpret, but going to Stephen King's The Shining is not beneficial to help you understand Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. Just kind of keep hammering that home. Now, Stephen King's probably benefited much by having people who wouldn't pick up a Stephen King novel going to see Stanley Kubrick's treatment, and then afterwards thinking, maybe I'll go read Stephen King's version. So it probably translated into a bunch of book sales. No, I'm not going to tell you. You'll have to buy me a cup of coffee if you want me to tell you. I'll put the link. I'll put the link in. You can watch it yourself, because they do a better job of explaining it than I can. Let's find them. Let's find these tweakers. just give me a minute here. Just hold your horses. Just cool it, will you? Just give me a minute. Can you just wait? Can you just wait for 10 seconds? And good to see you. What's the matter, you? What's the matter? Videos. I cannot remember how long ago. Here we go. So this is from 2 years ago. So this is actually part 2 of a series they did on the Overlook. Did I copy it? Copy video. Let's go back to the Tweaker live stream. I encourage you to look at part 1 and part 2 if you're into The Shining. If you're not into this, then I guess you're not watching. This is the video from Truth Stream Media that explains the July 4th, 2021 ball. Yeah, you're all alone. So I guess talking about horror movies scared everybody off. Seeing comments that people love Jack Nicholson. It's always Jodie's favorite actor. That is like the selection of Jack Nicholson as Jack Torrance. Like it was brilliant. I forget if it was Kubrick or King that in a film adaptation they wanted who was supposed to be the lead male, some famous actor. But I think Jack, if you're looking at why Jack was chosen, you have to go through a little bit of that coding material. Because he literally is a man of 1,000 faces. And that's what was needed for this role. I can't remember if it was... I don't think it was Redford. You may be right. I remember seeing that in the last few days that it's not that other actor wasn't available. It's just the way Stanley Kubrick wanted to present this. Really, Jack Nicholson was the only logical choice because of his ability to do what he does in front of a camera. And likewise, Shelley Duvall. I can't imagine another actress besides Shelley Duvall playing the role of Wendy. Like these were both just incredible performances. Even Danny, the child actor, like he just nailed it. Like as far as a child actor, like that's possibly one of the best child acting film performances ever. Like better than Home Alone. I mean. What was that guy? Macaulay Culkin. Dad's just lurking out off on the sidelines, just smoking and enjoying the tweet babble here. So I don't know why I'm going on. I just find this fascinating. And so yeah, I'm recruiting people into the Wendy theory cult, I guess. There's no benefits to joining the cult, but I really think there is something to that interpretation. Robin Williams was considered. Yeah, I did see that as well. Maybe it was Robert Redford. Yeah, I'm not going to do the dead air. De Niro, yeah, quite possibly. That might be the one. Yeah, I mean it's kind of not an important detail because nobody got the role but Jack, and Jack did that role in a way nobody else could have. So but from the performances, the cinematography, the way shots were filmed, I guess a little more background on the Wendy theory. The idea is that at some point in her childhood, she experienced abuse of a nature where people do sexual things to people, and in this case, it was parents towards children. And so both Wendy's mother and father are symbolized in the movie. And you have to understand the code. And so Jack and, what was it? Bob Wilson, I think is the guy, the character in the story. They're representative of Wendy's father. Stuart Ullman is representative of Wendy's mother. And Ullman, he's the owner of the Overlook Hotel. He has red hair. He's a leprechaun. And so every time you see somebody with red hair in the film, and there's tons of them, there's tons of gingers in there, they're all pointing to Wendy's mother. And then Wilson and Jack Torrance, they're kind of reflections of each other. And likewise, they're reflections of Wendy, telling the story which she essentially creates both her son and her husband. And there's clues having to do with Danny, that he's just really an imaginary child, and Jack is an imaginary husband. And she is essentially trying to reconcile in her own heart, is she going to go to heaven because of the things she's suffered? She's essentially been defiled by her parents. And so as the psychiatrist or therapist probes into the deepest parts of her psyche, she's having to rationalize or come up with explanations as to why she is the way she is as a result of this trauma of a sexual nature that occurred as a child. And so these themes are woven throughout. And so if you're looking at the clue that Ullman is in fact a representation of Wendy's mother, that's a key to help unlocking or fitting the pieces of the puzzle together. And there was something I came across the other day on Stuart Ullman's office in the Outlook Hotel. It's most clearly visible during the chapter called The Interview, really the first chapter of the Stephen King's Shining, where outside of Stuart Ullman's office, facing the secretary's office, there's a painting by a Native American artist, and it's called The Great Mother. That's the title of the painting. So I had already kind of not bought into the Wendy theory, but if you're going with, like, there's enough strong evidence that the red-headed Ullman and redheads are something that helps Wendy process her trauma as representing her mother. I had already seen that angle. But then outside of Ullman's office, there's a painting on the left-hand side of the door as you're walking in. And that thing is, that painting is called The Great Mother. So it's just confirmation that the breadcrumbs you're following of the Wendy theory, they start to make a lot more sense. You'd have to be crazy to talk about the hidden pine green, mycelium yellow concept every time that you'd go to write it down. You'd just write Jack. He's a good boy. Huh? But the use of colors, the green and the red, refer to trauma, and let's just say the green is representative of arousal or sexuality, and red is symbolic of trauma. And so, there's the iconic blood spilling out of the elevator. Jack is a dull boy, not a good boy. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. And there's a further part to that saying, is all play and no work makes Jack a mere toy. Chris Christopherson was the final backup choice. Very good, very good. Green and red, no, not Christmas trauma, but you see that color scheme throughout the film. There's certain symbols, certain images that you're shown, and they just repeat throughout the film. And one of them is the red and green color scheme. It's all over the place. Wendy herself says her favorite colors are pink and gold. And if you look at the carpet in the gold room, those are Wendy's colors. So there's something having to do with the gold room, and even in the way she dresses herself, there's some Disney themes. There's Winnie the Pooh themes that are brought in. There's all kinds of references to pop culture that Kubrick has encoded, and one of them are these color schemes. So that Great Mother portrait, this Aboriginal or Native American Indian art, Norvell Morisseau, I think was the name of the artist, Norval or Norval. It's very dominated by green and red. On Ullman's book, there's a copy of a red book. Some would say that's symbolic of Carl Jung's red book, which goes into these themes of the persona, the conscious, subconscious, and shadows. Creamy yellow centers, yes, exactly. According to the Wendy theory, there's the paranormal, or the horror of it, is the evil that's within all of us. And likewise, taking that back to Catcher in the Rye, it's everything inside Holden Caulfield that's coming out. In The Shining, the Wendy theory is that everything that's wrong with Wendy is coming out. This isn't a Jack Torrance third-person account of how this guy does these bad things to his family. It's a first-person account, or one way of looking at it is a first-person account of Wendy unpackaging the deepest parts of her psyche. As Tag and King Chow Chow make their way into the chat, good to see you, good to see you. We're just blathering on and on about The Shining here, so something I introduced earlier this week. But I wanted to put some links in the chats if people want to come down the rabbit hole with me. If you scroll up in the chats, you'll see a few links I put to some YouTube material that's fascinatingly fascinating as far as trying to interpret The Shining. And it's been out for 46 years. The Kid in the Trike, there's a lot of symbology with pyramids. If you look at the back of Danny's tricycle, there's a blue pyramid shape. There's the blue dresses of the twins that were violently dealt with by their father. Again, the twin girls. That's kind of a fragmenting or a indication of Wendy's split personality. Again, if this is all a story that Wendy is creating to process her trauma, a lot of it starts making sense when you start understanding the coding behind what's going on there. If he would tell you, they'd come take him away, saying that he's crazy. The unspeakable truth. Well, yeah, come take me away. But yeah, Kubrick has left all kinds of breadcrumbs and all kinds of clues, all kinds of codes, all kinds of symbols. And even The Simpsons did The Shining. Yeah, I think maybe their interpretation. I guess we gotta get the South Park version of The Shining to get the real dope on it. And there's like a ghost double or something. See, using the Wendy theory, it's not that you avoid the supernatural explanation, but Kubrick had, I think, posed the question to Stephen King himself about the necessity of the supernatural. And King's position was, well, I wrote this because of a supernatural experience I had myself. Like he was basing it on possibly a cocaine-fueled experience of some sort. And so it's not like Kubrick was trying to explain away the supernatural. He was presenting something that Stephen King wasn't overtly expressing. He was doing this on a level that as a viewer, your responsibility is to take in this experience that you're seeing visually and process it yourself. And I think I explained on Tuesday or whatever, like just the layout of the hotel makes no sense. And there's reasons for that. But it's meant to keep you unbalanced and uneasy. Like your subconscious is picking up all these inconsistencies. And it's telling you there's something wrong. Like, if anything, in watching The Shining, you're coming away as like there's something really off about all of this. The hotel. For me, there's this episode in the Boulder apartment where Danny has this seizure and he falls off the stool, and a doctor is called in, and the doctor is examining Danny, the little child. And then afterwards, the doctor, who has red hair, starts asking Wendy some questions. It's like, has he been experiencing this before? And Danny has his little imaginary friend Tony, who talks to him. That might be what you're referencing. I think the kid in the trike with a ghost double. So Tony is Danny's little imaginary friend, and so as Danny is having this experience in the bathroom, this kind of this breakdown, if you will, it's really Wendy's breakdown. Neither Tony exists in this interpretation, nor does Danny, and neither of them are ghosts. The evergreen hedges, yeah, that continues with the green theme, as well as the deepest recesses of the hidden parts of the psyche. There's pyramids at the top of the maze. The maze itself is not visible from any shots of the hotel. Like, the maze shouldn't be there. If you look at the helicopter shot on the initial view of the Overlook Hotel as Jack arrives in the Yellow Beetle, there's a beautiful helicopter shot, and there's no maze there. When they're driving up on closing day to have a look around the hotel, the maze appears when they're getting the tour. But as they're driving up to the hotel, there's a shot of the hotel and the layout and the grounds, and the maze is supposed to be right outside the front entrance, and it's not there in these shots that encompass like the whole property. Like, it's very odd. Like, some of these details are very odd. And so if you go with the explanation that Wendy is just making this up as an explanation of what's going on inside, it starts to make a lot more sense, because that uneasiness you're feeling as you're watching the movie is like, you have to figure out, like, what is causing Jack to behave the way he does, because none of this makes any sense on the surface. On the surface level, there's that surface level story that Jack just went crazy and decided to do all these nasty things to a bunch of people, including his wife and child Danny. But getting back to the scene in the Boulder apartment where the doctor is talking to Wendy. Well, Wendy is the smoker. You never see anybody but Wendy smoke in the entire film. And there's ashtrays everywhere in the hotel. But you never see Jack smoke. You never see anybody else smoke except Wendy. And so as Wendy is being asked questions by the doctor, the red-headed doctor in the Boulder apartment, the Torrance family apartment, she's got a cigarette in her right hand. And you can see the ash keeps burning down. And when I watch that, she's making up this, or she's coming up with this story, or she's telling the doctor that, oh yeah, Jack actually hurt Danny 5 months ago because Danny scattered some papers on this manuscript or something Jack was working on, and or some papers. Danny made a mess of it, and Jack yanked him by his shoulder and hurt his arm or his shoulder. But just Wendy's affect as she's saying her account to the doctor, it sounds like it's completely made up. It sounds so inauthentic. And the continuity of that scene is the ash continues to grow and grow and grow. it's almost like Pinocchio's nose is growing. Because the way Shelley Duvall delivers her lines, she just doesn't sound reliable. It just sounds so inauthentic to me. Now, maybe I'm reading something into it that shouldn't be, but just she's got this kind of giggle, this big smile. So maybe she's just covering for Jack. It's like it's no big deal. Like everybody gets mad at their kids and they do stuff. And in this case, the child, he's okay now. But then he started talking to his imaginary friend Tony. And Jack hasn't touched a drop of alcohol since. And I just put out the ash, but in this account, the ash continues to grow longer and longer, as if Wendy knows she's not telling the truth. And that doctor is not really a doctor. Again, this is, if you're looking at this from not an esoteric angle, but a deeper interpretation, someone is trying to pry into Wendy's psyche. And I believe it's a psychiatrist, much like Holden Caulfield in The Catcher in the Rye. And Wendy is just making up stuff so that she doesn't have to explore the deepest recesses of what's causing her all this pain. So again, it's fascinating to me. It is a huge rabbit hole. You have to imagine your sister named Sam. Was Sam a nice girl? And so I'm still looking into this. There's a lot more to unpackage. But I think the Wendy theory holds a certain amount of water. There's the overlying Jack story. Jack is a man who got possessed by the ghosts dwelling in this creepy old hotel that was built on an ancient Indian burial ground. Okay, that's there, but again, with all the extra clues that, like, it's in every scene, there's something to take away. Whether it's a symmetry that lines up with Wendy, or the way the composition or the colors are directed towards a certain interpretation or outcome. It's virtually every scene in the movie has something in it that contains a key to understanding the rest of the film. So some of these clues might be have a little less significance. Even Mandeville, the fellow I've been watching, he says, I might be reaching on this one. This might not be important, but it's there. It's there. Kubrick didn't make mistakes. Everything is there for a reason. Like something that was pointed out in the Mandeville series. Remember that famous scene where Jack pokes his head through the bathroom door and says, "Here's Johnny." Well, I mentioned the other day, like, Jack was not the TV watcher. Wendy was. She's the one who has all these television and pop culture references. Jack was more of a thinker, academician, or his thoughts were elsewhere. He was not interested in television. Wendy was the TV fanatic. Why are all the good-looking chicks always psychos? Yeah, Jody. How come? Why all the gals got to be psychos? So what was I just talking about? Oh yeah, so the door to the bathroom. Let me take you back. If you've seen the film, Jack smashes through this 4-panel door, a wooden door, into the bathroom, and he smashes the right-hand side. I don't know how this is. In my camera, it's, let's see. See how it shows up here. Yeah, okay, it's coming through. So he smashes through with the axe on the right-hand panel of this 4-panel door, the top panel. He smashes through the right side. I forget if it's after she cuts him with the knife when he reaches in. You see both panels missing. Well, he didn't smash through that left panel, but there it is, wide open. So is that a continuity error? Or is that indicative that Wendy is hiding behind these doors of consciousness? It's, for lack of a better term. And more is being revealed as the psychiatrist is drawing stuff out of her, more is being revealed. So the panel got smashed by Jack, who is a creation of Wendy. But it's like that psychiatrist is probing more and more so that more is being revealed. So there's no explanation given as to why that left panel is wide open and missing. It is fascinating once you start looking at all these details. The details are there for you to discover. And in one viewing in the cinema, like, take yourself back in time to 1979 or 1980 when I think it was released like at Christmas time, 1979, for early releases, and then in 1980, like at the beginning of the new year, that's when the real rollout in theaters occurred. You got this beautiful, like, the whole environment, the whole set where this was shot, it's breathtaking, right? And so on one viewing, you walk away thinking, wow, that was trippy. But at that time, VHS and beta, home video, that was starting to roll out. So as the video release would have been available, people could go back and start looking at all these details. And almost from the beginning, people started trying to put together this puzzle of like, what the heck did I just watch? I saw it in the theater, I read the book, that didn't help. I'll get the VHS and go through these scenes. And so on subsequent watchings, you pick up more and more and more of these details that just don't fit the narrative. From the initial credits, like the way they presented, they scroll from the bottom of the screen. Stanley Kubrick's, I'd have to go back and look how they roll up, but I think it starts with Jack Nicholson's name comes up, and Shelley Duvall's name comes up, and then the title of the film comes up, The Shining, from the bottom to the top. Well, that's, you don't typically see those title credits scrolling. They're typically just flashed onto the screen, and then they disappear, and then the next name comes up, and then it disappears, it fades, and then it transitions to the next text. And it's almost like those are how end credits scroll across the screen, moving. In this film, the end credits flash on the screen, static. So it's almost like the beginning is the end of the story, and the beginning of the story is Wendy's in an institution, just like Holden Caulfield, with a psychiatrist trying to help her understand, or come to an understanding of where she is in her life. Like it's a clue. It's a breadcrumb. And so it's. I'm not coming up with this all on my own. I got to give credit to the people I've been watching, but I'm trying to put the pieces of it together myself because it's just a fascinating study in film. And then if you look in the Kubrick universe, well, Full Metal Jacket came out after that, which is critical of, again, critical of the duality, the good and evil of man, how good people can do crazy things, crazy people can do good things. Like it's the themes are there, and just the psychopathy of the military-industrial complex, and that whole the evil of war, and like it. That theme comes through, and then the last film, Eyes Wide Shut, where it's a really a double-barreled attack on the elites and the secret societies, and just that whole mess that goes into there. A film that he was working on prior to passing away, Stanley Kubrick that is, was a film on artificial intelligence. I have not seen it, but the manuscript was given to, I believe, Steven Spielberg. And so Spielberg, another director who's got all kinds of creds under his belt, from what I understand, he made that into a film. Kubrick's manuscript or screenplay into an actual film. So that's what I'm going to have to look into. I tend to pick up on most such details and things, the inconsistency on first viewing. Well, if you can do that with The Shining, I mean, the processing speed you need, I mean, in my little pea brain, it's going by so fast. And I think in first watching to understand what you're seeing and put the codes together, like maybe you can do it, but it's been 46 years, and these codes are starting to align, or they're starting to make sense in a meaningful way. Because there's arrows, there's pyramids, there's light and dark, there's colors, red, green, blue, yellow is a major color in The Shining. There's all kinds of the gold cufflinks, the gold doorknobs on room 237. The numbers 2, 3, and 7 are important in the film. They have a relationship to each other to the number 42. Like it so many of these codes need to be pulled apart, looked at from every direction, held up to the light, held into the dark, to try to process what's all going on. Yeah, on first viewing, you might notice like there's something going on here. There's something beyond the story. There's a story within the story, obviously, for all these continuity errors, all these inconsistencies. They have to reconcile somehow. It ought to prompt you to dig deeper. And that's all this discussion is that The Shining is a masterpiece, possibly one of the most iconic movies of the 20th century, at least the latter portion of the 20th century. And it was billed as a horror masterpiece, but I think it's more of a psycho thriller, psychological thriller, where you have to do a little bit of digging. I'm holding a part of the head where Jack got hit by the baseball bat. Even the last scene in the film, or not the last scene in the film, the last scene where Jack is frozen in the maze, covered with snow. Why are his eyes rolled up into the back of his head? Because the last we see of Jack is he's chasing Danny in the maze, and he slumps over. I guess he decided, I'm just gonna sit in a snowbank and die. But like, how do you freeze of hypothermia with your eyes rolled up to the top, like you're rolling your eyes back in your head with this grimace on your face. It doesn't make sense, like for a person to die in that manner, unless it was Wendy describing, yeah, I actually knocked him out with that baseball bat. His eyes rolled back in his head, and I dragged him out in the snowbank. Everything else after that was just me reconciling the abuse and the trauma and the pain I'm feeling. So that's my theory. Otherwise, how do you explain how a guy freezes to death and manages to roll his eyes back into his head as he's freezing to death? That doesn't make any sense. But if he was knocked unconscious and possibly had a concussion, TBI, I can see his eyes rolling back into his head. So it's, again, Jack's not real by this interpretation, but we're seeing something on the screen that we're supposed to process. So how does a guy freeze to death sitting in a snowbank and he rolls his eyes back into the top of his head as he's dying from the cold, hypothermia? Like that doesn't line up. That detail, there's no reconciliation for that. The opening credits, the drive up where the helicopter is following the Volkswagen Beetle up to the Overlook Hotel, there's a piece of music called Dies Irae, which is basically the judgment of God. And it's there's a painting titled Dies Irae, Diesirea, I want to say. And it's basically showing the Lord Jesus sitting high up and a winged dark figure below, possibly Satan, being judged. And so really that is symbolic of Wendy wondering how she's going to be judged as a result of the things she's experienced in her life. And so the pine trees play into it because you got that symbology, but it's like the selection of the music. It's important. It's important to help you decipher the code. You have to go look for the portrait, which is actually in the form of a triptych. And by a triptych, you have a central panel with the main painting and then two side panels that you can close up. And the triptych theme is throughout the movie as well. It's all over the place. In the architecture of the hotel, the design of the hotel, in the way Kubrick frames shots where you have, say for instance, in that scene where Wendy is getting told off by Jack, where he tells her, why don't you just get the fuck out of here? When she comes and disturbs him during his writing, Wendy is seen in a perfect triptych. She's in her dress, and she's very well composed. She's not reacting. You know, her husband is clearly irate, very angry with her, but she's just very calm and reserved and rational. But she's framed with two bars, and she's standing in a window frame, shining. And it's this compositional style, that a pattern that repeats throughout the film in many, 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 many different ways. So if you see, the beauty of this is Kubrick is gone. You can't ask him, is this what was going on? Because he's really the only one that would know. He's he's in fact the only one that could answer these questions, and he's not here to answer them. So there's an explanation to what the shining is. It's not ghosts. It's not extrasensory perception or telepathy or the ability to communicate non-verbally. It's more of the shining is Wendy's craziness coming through. When she shines, she's having an episode. And that's depicted in many various ways through the techniques Kubrick applies. That this is Wendy having a bit of a breakdown here. And so you got to go back to the film and just see it with fresh eyes and see if this approach to interpreting The Shining actually holds up. How? What are you doing? It's just it's a visual smorgasbord. It's for all the senses. And what I believe Kubrick was trying to evoke was something that would prick your subconscious as well, and possibly even your shadow side, and do more exploration. Whoa, there's still coffee in there. All right, I guess I got coffee pants now. It's time for another tweaker coffee. It sure is time for some more tweaker coffee. But yeah, I think the rabbit hole extends beyond The Shining, and the Kubrick universe would take you to his other works. 2001: A Space Odyssey, Clockwork Orange, Eyes Wide Shut. Like, there's continuity within these different works. I'm just going to make sure my batteries are all good here. I'm just going to plug in a battery pack here. I can't tell what my phone is doing. Give you some juice here. I think that's going to work. Okay, we gotta get some water, and I gotta go make room for this next coffee. Is this just all tweak babble here, or is this even worth discussing? I find it fascinating. And as I said the other day, Mr. Osgood had asked me if I'm into music interpretation. I would say my answer to that is not so much. Like, music is... I suppose you can code these kinds of messages in music. But I don't think that's really why I listen to music. Anyways, I'll be back in several seconds. Talk amongst yourselves. So I'm not going to go and say that there's no room for music to be interpreted. I just think music is more of a blunt force object to evoke a response from you. USA Inc. in the house. Well, it's not found on the road, Dad. It's found in my driveway, Dad. It's bricked. This like his layers. Oh, okay, it's working now. Oh yeah, I gotta add my other quarter teaspoon of coffee to make this a true tweaker coffee. What do you want, cat? Oh yeah, the dog ate all your food. Let's get you some food. Let's get Pepper some food. There you go, boy. Don't knock my shit over. You'll have to go back, watch from the beginning, and see what adventures I've been having with the confuser and the wiring in the Ford Power Joke. I mean, Power Smoke. Power Stroke. Well, my driveway is off the beaten path. The road is not exactly anywhere near me. Kind of off on a turkey trail here. Well, yeah, it's like music interpretation. I guess, say for instance, some classical music, like the Four Seasons. What was that, Vivaldi or something? There's a way to interpret the composition and its instruments, right? It's just, there's no lyrics. That's where music theory comes in, the use of different modes and qualities of the scales and the keys that composer is using evokes certain feelings or impressions or what have you. So and then with lyrics, I mean, lyrics can be straightforward or they can be coded, but it's music is kind of something I feel I listen to it to relate to. And so much of the music that I've enjoyed is stuff that's relatable to me. Yeah, I got the Hal reference. So yeah, there's room for music interpretation, but to me it's more like, is this music resonating? Am I connecting with it? Whereas The Shining, it's almost like you don't want to connect with the themes being. I mean, for me, it's a matter of, what am I seeing first of all? Let me figure out what I'm actually being presented here, and then I'll decide if I want to relate to it or connect with it. And the Wendy theory, as applied to The Shining, this interpretation, it's sort of like, I'm seeing that there. I'm seeing the Jack story. I'm seeing the Wendy story. But I don't know if I want to connect with any of it. Like this is digging deep into the farthest recesses of any individual's psyche. And for Kubrick to come up with this creation, this masterpiece of cinematography and storytelling, I have more questions about Kubrick than I do about Wendy. Like, just the level of genius. And he was a chess master. He was a expert photographer. The attention to detail is off the charts. Like we're dealing with a film director that's kind of on his own level. Maybe there's some that you can compare to Stanley Kubrick. And this isn't a Stanley Kubrick adoration conference here, per se, but it's like digging a little deeper into The Shining makes me have questions like, Stanley, I've got questions. And I've seen some interviews with Vivian Kubrick, even with Stanley himself. Vivian was his daughter that had a cameo in The Shining. She was there's subliminals that are throughout The Shining, but just his ability to inject all these codes into any of his films ought to make you take a step back and say, like, what was this? What level was this guy operating on? Like, this is profound. Like the creativity and the intelligence behind it. It's like this. We're talking like 220 IQ or more. Like this is just high level functioning of a filmmaker. I have deep appreciation for that level of expertise. And as I say, I'm no expert on film. I'm no expert on Kubrick. But I'm just interested in seeing where this rabbit hole goes with The Shining, and then see all the different side. There's probably a whole rabbit hole in any one of his films that might end up taking you back in the same direction that his other films explore. That's what I say. There's the Kubrick universe. There's a intermingling and intertwining of all these different stories. Was there an overarching message? Because in his interviews, Kubrick was hesitant or reticent to share too much information. He wanted you to figure it out. He didn't want to give you the answer. If you want the answer, you go look at the film. The film has all the answers. Don't ask me. It's not my job to tell you what I did. It's your job to understand what I did. I'm talking as Kubrick. It's the viewer's job to decipher. It's the viewer's job to put the pieces of the puzzle together. It's no fun if the guy who sold you the puzzle at the store came to your house and did the puzzle for you. It's up to you to put the pieces together. That's what makes a puzzle challenging. Why would you go to the toy store and get a puzzle and ask the clerk, hey, you want to come home with me and put this together? Like, I just want the picture. I don't want to go through the effort of seeing, a puzzle is very tactile, right? You got the pieces, you got to look at them, you got to see how they fit in relation to other pieces. The clerk would say, no, that's not my job. That's your job. I'm just here selling the puzzle. You're buying the puzzle. You bought the ticket. It's up to you to get the best bang for your buck of what you paid for the ticket. So whether I want to take what Kubrick was saying in The Shining and apply it to my own life, well, that's a whole different discussion for a whole other time. But I do find it intriguing of what he has presented to us to have to deal with, as far as, one, figuring out what is the story. What are you saying, Stanley? how, and then beyond that, like how did you come up with this? How did you do this? Like even that process, the process of a master film director, like how who taught this to you? How did you learn to do this? Like how do you like that is what puts me in awe. That is what gives me uh, the sparkles, you know. Welcome in, Muhammad Afrahim. Inshallah. Muhammad is in the house. We're just doing some tweak babble about the old Shining, or The Shining. Pardon me, The Shining by Stanley Kubrick. Because I had read Stephen King's The Shining as a child, and I get it was a ghost story, but that didn't help me, and that was years ago. That was decades ago. That was in the 1900s. I was probably like 13 years old or something when I read that, and I had read a lot of Stephen King, and I guess to his credit, Stephen King was able to tell stories with detail in a way that you were able to imagine yourself in the story. Like he was a great storyteller, or great. He was able to write in a way that you could see yourself watching what he was describing. That was my appreciation for Stephen King. I read a bunch of his stuff. Some of it made sense, some of it made little sense. The Shining made little sense. There's a lot going on. A lot. And in as much as was going on in Stephen King's The Shining, I'm not going to try to interpret Stephen King's The Shining. But Stanley Kubrick left so much out. Because that was a different story that Kubrick was trying to present. That's just the chat. Oh, you're trying to get in with the Pakistani cooking shows, I guess. That's the need for the different handle there. Did Mr. Osgood get banned on certain channels, or you want to come up with creative sock accounts to get more engagement? Brilliant move. I like it. Very, very sneaky. I like the way you're thinking. Oh, they gave you a new name. They renamed you. Okay. Very good. Very good. So they pulled a sneaky on you. But yeah, trying to process these horror writings of Stephen King. I read Christine, Pet Sematary, I said Christine. The Long Walk, or Richard Bachman, who was a pseudonym of The Running Man. What was that other one? It was Sissy Spacek. Sissy Spacek? I can't forget how to say her name. Carrie. I'd read Carrie. It. A bunch of his short stories. I saw Maximum Overdrive. the classic horror film with the soundtrack by everybody's favorite AC/DC. Which was based on a short story. And so yeah, reading Stephen King's version of The Shining, which Stanley Kubrick wasn't given the final draft of The Shining. He was given basically a manuscript of a story that Stephen King had called The Shine initially, several years prior to publishing. So Stanley Kubrick had an appreciation for what was going on as in the potential to tell a great story in film based on the ideas that were presented in the book. But he didn't use each and every idea, because there were lots of side stories and events that Stanley Kubrick's version don't even pay any attention to. I remember the cover art for that book, Shining. I had the silver cover with the outline of what was the young boy's head, we assumed to be Danny. There were several covers. Yeah, it was a silver chrome on paper. That's the version I had. And so in Stephen King's version, Danny is really the one who's doing the shining. He's the one that has the telepathy powers, or the extrasensory perception, or the ability to communicate with the ghosts. In Kubrick's, that interpretation is present, but if Danny is merely a product of Wendy's own psyche, it doesn't require a supernatural interpretation of the events that we're seeing. And I'm not trying to discount that side, but kind of a direct question Kubrick had for King was like, is the supernatural required in this scenario? Because I believe in his mind he was thinking there's a horror story here, but it's based on the horror of the darkness which is in someone's own psyche. In this case, Wendy, not Jack, Wendy. Now, having said that, there are a good many fans and people all over the internet, all over the world, that hate that Wendy theory. That say, "Oh, that's misogynist. You're blaming this all on the crazy woman. How utterly patriarchal of you." So you're saying Jack is the victim? No, I'm saying Jack doesn't even exist, other than that she's a product of Wendy's own darkness. Dark darkness. I didn't mean to say dark darkness. I just meant to say dark. Jack and Danny are manifestations of the darkness inside Wendy that she's trying to process as a result of her trauma and abuse she suffered as a child. But yeah, you start talking about the Wendy theory on YouTube among fans of The Shining that have their own interpretations, that are talking about stuff like we're talking about here. Oh, you're going to get a little bit of hate. A little bit of hatred coming your way. People are not too excited. When Rob Navarro came up with the theory initially, again, I don't disagree that how do I say it? Rob Navarro introduced the idea, and Mandeville, who I linked to above in the chat, he kind of took Navarro's German of idea, and he caused it to germinate. And so he picked out every detail that he could in an excruciatingly, painfully detailed process that took him a couple of years worth of research to compile. Navarro has information that he shares on the link I provided above in the chat. I don't know if it's still able to scroll up there to get it. If you look up Rob Navarro, the Wendy theory, Mandeville, he's positing it as the Wendy theory 2.0. The Long Walk is being made into a film. That one was kind of disturbing. I read that when I was in junior high school. We had that in the junior high school library. I read it like, what the heck is this book doing in here? This is nuts. The Long Walk. When did I read that? Like when I was 12 years old, maybe? 11, 12. I don't know how I managed to pick that up. But it was in the school library. I don't think I'd go watch that movie. Do you remember Rage? No. Is that a film or a book? Oh, that was a Stephen King book. Yeah, I had stopped reading Stephen King by the time I was done high school. I had read all I wanted to read, so I think It was the last book that I read through of Stephen King's. So anything beyond It, I don't really have a grid for at all. Yeah. Sorry about the dead air. I'm just trying to think if I do remember Rage or not. I don't think I would have read it. Was that one made into a movie? Was that the one where the guy was with what's his name? Yeah, what's his name? It wasn't Harvey Keitel. Yeah, Coke Plant. Is that the one where the guy was bedridden and nursemaid was turning his life into hell, or is that am I thinking of a different one? I don't think I would have read Rage. That one is not ringing any bells. Stephen King is definitely an interesting guy. Might even be more interesting without all the coca plant. Maybe not. Melissa Mattel might be able to shed some background on that. But in trying to piece together the puzzle of Stanley Kubrick's The Shining, I don't know that reading Stephen King is going to help in a meaningful way. Because it's like Kubrick went out of his way to make his own creation based on a manuscript that had yet to be published. Well, that was Misery. Misery, right. Okay, I'm thinking of Misery. I actually haven't been a film... Like going back in my own history, like around the year 2000, I just stopped all media. I wasn't watching TV. Like by 2001, like I remember watching, say the Twin Towers come down on that fateful day. way back when in September of 2001. I forget the exact date, but I remember seeing that. And it's like, so that by the end of 2001, I was starting to stop watching television, stop watching films. I stopped listening to popular music. I kind of just went dark. Not in a evil way, but I kind of had like this media blackout. Yeah, we've been going on a tweak babble for quite some time here, Rebecca. So welcome back. Matao was napping. Yeah, you missed it. So. Did you catch up to the live, or are you still behind? Muhammad Afrahim commented that Stephen King was a plant or an asset, and I responded, "Yeah, a coca plant." Wasama Tao might be able to shed some background on that. Whether Stephen King was an asset because of the coca plant or for other reasons. Yeah, Wasama Tao is hard to shake, Rebecca. We try, but he just keeps coming back. He's coming back. America's coming back. Momo. Hello, Momo. There we go. How's that for a new handle? Momo. I like it. All these years later, I still can't decide if we went to the moon or not. Both are traveling there and faking it seem impossible, quite frankly. I seriously doubt though. Interesting thing. The moon conspiracy. I personally believe we've been to the moon. So take it. In one form or fashion. But there's a background with Kubrick, right? He was alleged to have helped NASA stage the moon landing and the shots on a set. And NASA is the last organization that Kubrick would want his name attached to. Like, he was not going to help the US government, the elites, the organizations, the three-letter societies, the three-letter organizations. He was not going to help them propagandize in any way, shape, or form. He was in the business of revealing shenanigans of that nature. But then you see in The Shining, Danny is wearing an Apollo 11 sweater, is he not? Well, there's some coded messages involved in the colors, the shapes. So moon or not moon? The moon is real, and we've been to the moon. That's my belief. I've been down the rabbit hole that the moon landing was fake. I don't think there's enough evidence supporting that. As an evidence-based analysis, and I've seen lots. So are there problems with some of the information we're given? Possibly. But a lot of the evidence given, it reveals a lack of understanding on the part of the person bringing the alleged evidence forward. The problem I had with the moon was the Van Allen radiation belts. So I was of the belief that the Van Allen radiation belts were impossible to traverse, but in doing further research, the radiation intensity of the Van Allen radiation belts for the duration that the space pod or the Apollo mission was going to experience was not sufficient to prohibit. Now, going back to Kubrick, the maze in The Shining is really set up as a temple. And the content creator that's done the deep dive on the coding, I like all of the I like them all too, but they all kind of fall apart at some point. There's very few that actually stay together. And so it's interesting that if you look at the symbology of The Shining, the maze outside the Overlook Hotel is really set up as a temple. And the temple specifically could be compared to the temple of Artemis in ancient Greece or modern day Turkey in the city of Ephesus. And so Artemis, she was the goddess who had a twin named Apollo. Now Artemis was the goddess of the moon, and Apollo was the god of the sun. So why did they name the Apollo mission to the moon after Apollo when they should have named it Artemis? Now many of you, some of you, none of you, all of you, I don't know, there's another moon mission upcoming, and it's called the Artemis mission. But they're not going to land on the moon, they're just going to fly by. So it seems super sketch. But just these details, like, okay, what's up? That does pose, not a problem, but I've got questions. Why did you call it Apollo? The Apollo missions to the moon. If you're, for accuracy's sake, back in the 60s, in the space race during the Cold War, those should have been called the Artemis missions. Just saying. I still believe we landed on, like, that's not a debunk or anything. "33 Earth widths." Yeah, whatever. There might be some esoteric Masonic symbology hidden throughout. Supposedly lost the ability, possibly lost the desire to go. I think there's enough evidence, even with a amateur telescope, you can see artifacts of human activity on the moon's surface. You can see it. The Van Allen belt, well, I got the black leather belt, so for years I was under the impression that the Van Allen belt would prohibit that kind of travel in space, for lack of a better term. But in doing my research, I'm not convinced that the Van Allen radiation belts were the nail in the coffin of the moon landing narrative. There's photographic evidence. There's all kinds of, again, I've seen all the theories, the way the shadows in the pictures don't line. Some of those explanations, they just indicate that the person making the objection is unfamiliar with how perspective works, how camera lens angles, f-stops, exposure works. Like it's just not, it's not a thing. It's not a thing. So it's sort of, the Bible has something to say about this. Like you're free to question me, but I'm going to question you back based on just my prerogative to do so. And so many of these challenges to the veracity, validity of the moon landing missions, they don't seem to stick. There's not enough out there to debunk it, is what I'm saying. The evidence you're presenting is not compelling. It shows a lot of times a lack of understanding of what's actually going on. So that's just all I want to say about that. And again, it's one of those things, whether we went or not, who cares? Like, that doesn't affect me one way or the other. It's like, I'm still going to tweak out my mobile tweak shack. I'm still going to try to drive a Ford around. I'm still going to have my dog, my cat, my coffee, my smokes, my tweaker burritos. Like, whether we went to the moon or not, I'm still going to do what I do. So it really has no consequence on my everyday existence. So if it's not important to affect me directly, I don't care about it. So we can understand that only one radio at this time. It was like God speaking. All right, tweak on, sister. I don't know what you're trying to say there. You keep tweaking. Maybe give me some more background on what you're talking about. King Chow Chow has something to say about this. One thing, we got 100% certainty, is that the vast majority of supposed footage from the ISS is fake. 100% certain. If it's the case that no one has been on it, dude, you can see it with your naked eye at night. I mean, I don't know. Like, go get yourself a cheap telescope at the thrift store and go look at it. I mean, it's up there. So maybe the footage, I don't know what fake footage you're talking about. But I've seen the people challenging the veracity. And is there possibly some footage that's staged? Entirely possible, but 100% certain, the vast majority of it, I think you'd have to show your work there. Chow Chow wants Bao's skin, especially the foreskin. I think he said he wants the face mask to make a Bao face, but I think he's especially coveting that foreskin skin. Allegedly. I haven't seen Chow Chow on YouTube to either confirm or deny that that's the case, but yeah, I think the skin he wants is either scrotal or foreskinal. That's my hunch. It's just a hunch at this point. It's not even a theory. It's a hunch. Allegedly, he wanted to rip Bao's face off and then put it on his own face and then go commit these crimes and frame Bao. But I think it has to do with the Badger nether regions. He was more interested in that skin for whatever nefarious or orgasmic purposes you might have. There's probably something illicit that's not fit for YouTube to go into depth about. I think the skin thing, the face skin, was just a diversion. Oh, you see him a lot? I see the emoji Chow Chow all over the place. He gets around. The true King Chow Chow. I think he's been laying low. But yeah, Kubrick involved with the moon landing fakery, alleged moon landing fakery, not happening. That was not in his playbook. But as a self-referencing meta-narrative, he would throw that in to either stoke the fire or help you decode what was going on. Like he gave plenty of evidence that he was not about helping the United States government propagandize. He banned you from a few chats. It's been a while. Like does he even have a channel? Oh, his avatar. Yeah, I guess his if he's going by a handle of some sort. Like what is he operating as King Chow Chow nowadays, or like what? That's pretty dirty. It's almost like gatekeeper activity, gatekeeper behavior there. Not that we have anything against gatekeepers and the diapers that they pile up outside their tweet shacks. But Kubrick was doing his own thing. He was not going to be a part of that structure, that what's the right word? That apparatus. He was not going to be a part of the propaganda apparatus. He was going to expose it. I can show you proof that came from the internet. I quote one of your famous U.S. presidents, who once wisely said, "Don't believe everything you see on the internet." And I believe that was Abraham Lincoln that said that. That the tech is getting good enough now that it's harder to see proof, but there's plenty of it from the past proof. Oh, whatever. I'm gonna have to. Sorry, I'm just stretching out here. That's what I look like. I'm tweaking. Back has been sore. This nasty cot that I'm sleeping on here in this tweet shack is not terribly comfortable. I gotta come up with a mattress padding solution here. This thing is hard on my back. It could be the fluoride in the water too. I got to get back on doing OBS presentations where I could share screen and shit like that. And you got to do that once in a towel. I mean, if you got proof, bring it. Like I'm not that interested in debunking the International Space Station, especially since I can go outside and look at it. If you're saying the whole thing is fake, well, I would say no. Is some footage fake? Possibly. The vast majority of footage is fake? Not likely. I don't know. I've seen the alleged fakery that's going on. It's sort of like, no, that's not. It's not that it's not fakeable. It's just that's what they're depicting. That's what's going on. So some stuff you can just take at face value. Some of these conspiracies, they don't. It's not they don't hold water. It doesn't benefit to believe it. I don't know. Don't believe everything you say on the internet. Uh, but that advice goes for believing what officials tell you as well. Agreed. I mean, prime example, Epstein files, right? What's our source of all this information? Well, it's the government. All the Epstein files, that was given to you. And that's why I don't care about it, because it's presented to you via the mainstream media apparatus who got their source material from the government. So it's not reliable. It's not verifiable. Like Bill Gates emailed Jeffrey and this and that. It's like, do you have any way of verifying any of that? No. So I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's distraction. Don't believe any of it. I don't believe in me either. Well, yeah, you're probably just. I think most of what I believe and understand is that all of this is just something I manufactured. You all are part of my simulation that I'm creating. So I believe that you exist, but only as possibly a creation that is within me. So it's every way to look except into our own hearts. There you go. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's a way of funneling huge amounts of money elsewhere. Where? Where's the money going? So yeah, there's a lot of corruption and money laundering going on all over the place. Seems like there's a concerted effort to collapse the economy. I mean, another distraction. You see what's going on with silver? Like, it's crashing hard. It's crashing harder than Direct D after a plate full of Tweaka burritos. Don't care. If the economy collapses, I'm going to find a way to exist regardless. It doesn't matter what happens. Denny does so much damage. La Rata can capitalize on anything. Absolutely. Who's Denny? All the marketing. Denny does. Denny. Am I reading that right? Denny? I don't get the reference. Speak English, girl. Denny does so much damage. Now I'm confused. It's not that I want to believe a lie. I'm just the evidence I've seen doesn't refute the narrative. I mean, if you've got that compelling evidence, I mean, I haven't seen it. I've seen a lot. Just based on my own, and I'm not trying to process. Like, I may very well be wrong. I'm okay with that. It's not that I want to believe a lie or deny. Denial does so much damage. The freaking French kicking in. What the fudge? Speak American. Did you really ask where the money went? Black projects, whatever. Well, it's going to the elite. I mean, they're just siphoning off money, putting it in their own pocket. Black projects? Sure. I mean, yeah, there are black projects out there. Facebook was a black project. All kinds of black projects. I don't know if you ever caught any of my laptop presentations, but I used to, back in the day, I had the OBS streaming software, so I could present stuff on screen instead of just tweak out in front of an iPhone. I really need to get back to that, where you can share stuff on screen. I don't know if you're at that level where you can do that with some Mattel, but that's how you could make a presentation during a live. Restream is another one. I think I did a couple of streams on Restream. It's very similar. Restream is a browser-based streaming platform, but OBS is basically an app-based one where you can do multimedia during a live. I've just been so lazy. I don't know if I could use my iPhone connected to, because this laptop doesn't have the OBS app on it, or the software. And the laptop I was using for those streams was on my Windows 11 laptop, so I don't even know how to log in. That thing is still packed away in the trailer. You don't know how to do all that stuff? Well, yeah, that's why we gotta teach you. The monster always was, I think it was Scrappy, wasn't it? Wasn't he always the monster? But yeah, I got to get back to those laptop, desktop streams instead of just the iPhone streams, and then I could show you what I'm talking about instead of just describing it, and then you guys are on the other end thinking, "What a tweaker! What's wrong with this guy?" Because yeah, you can try to make your point in the chat here, what's Mattel. I'm not going to discourage you from doing that, and it's a discussion, not a debate or an argument. Although I have no problem with both, or right or wrong, or what. It kind of doesn't matter. But if you've got proof, you got evidence, you could use the software and then put your nasty face on screen, and then you could share what's on your laptop if you have a laptop. I don't know. Do you have a laptop? Or use your Commodore 64 or whatever latest software you're using. And then you could show web pages, you could show PowerPoint presentation. You could basically do a presentation on a live stream. Always had to do with a covering up or corruption. Yeah, they lied. They lied. It was all diversionary, but the ghosts were never ghosts. It was just some tweaker in a mask who was trying to get these kids to take more mushrooms and smoke more dope. Scooby-Doo was a tweaky cartoon, man. That was the OG tweakers, man. If they had had the methamphetamines back in the late 60s, early 70s, that show would have been a whole different level, that cartoon. But yeah, what's the Mattel? There's ways to enhance the live streaming experience for your viewers in a way that's not too difficult. A smart guy like you just need a little bit of kind of up-to-date devices. Because if you're running old versions of some of these operating systems, you might struggle. But if you have like up to date, or if your devices are up to date, then it's easy. There's tons of proof. I'm not going to go looking for it, but if you claim to have it, I mean, I'm not going to believe you just because you say it. You got to show it. You got to show your work. Is what I'm saying. Because what I've been describing to you is, I should be doing this on an OBS stream, so I could give you examples visually. But I want to entice you to go back to The Shining and look at it with fresh eyes. Come to your own conclusions. The moon landing, I'm not terribly interested in. The International Space Station, not terribly interested in. Epstein files, not at all interested in. If there's something going on, it's like, unto what end? Like, I think I already know to what end. So it doesn't matter the tool they use to achieve that end. I'm preparing for the end, not, I don't care whether it's the ISS or whatever PSYOP at play. It's all in play. But it's to get your attention off of what you should be paying attention to, is my point. If I spend all my attention trying to confirm or deny the International Space Station, that takes me away from stuff I'd rather be doing and should be doing. So if I'm using up all my energy on conspiracies, for lack of a better word, that diverts my attention from things I want to be doing and need to be doing and should be doing anyway. So it's not that it's not important, it's just not important to me. I don't need to know what the end is. Money, money. Yeah, it's a consolidation of power. It's a wealth extraction to make you poor, but money is not real. I think we covered this, didn't we? A long time ago. Money is not real. There's no such thing as money. Money doesn't exist, in case you didn't know. Money is a figment of your imagination. So even that, as a tool, as a distraction, money is one of those tools. It's part of the grand conspiracy too. Money doesn't exist. Once you settle that, life gets a little simpler. Once you realize it's all a scam, life gets much simpler. So whatever you see on the internet, other than this channel, once you realize everything else out there is a scam, life becomes super simple. Mountains of proof. I mean, that sounds like a big job to go through mountains of proof. So if I'm going to say, okay, the ISS, in one way or another, whether it's fake or real, it's still a scam. Scam your way or scam my, it still all falls in the category of scam. Anything you see presented before you by the media universe, the omniverse, or whatever you want to call it, it's all a scam, except for this channel. This channel is not a scam. You're seeing it here, it's legit. Covered up pyramid in Oregon? Yeah, it's a scam. Right? I mean, for good or bad, it's all part of the scam. That doesn't help me live my life. Whether it's secret esoteric knowledge, voodoo, the only thing that matters is Lorata. That's the only thing. That's the only thing that's built on a firm foundation. So again, I'm not trying to be argumentative. It's just I've spent hours, days, weeks, months, years, way too long looking at things that are really a distraction at the end of the day that doesn't matter. I guess. I guess every individual has to determine what matters to them. The stuff that matters to me have nothing to do with NASA, the space station. It's about tweaking and shit. And nobody, nowhere, is going to make the International Space Station cause me to tweak less in this mobile tweak shop. Yeah, I get you're not offended, but it's just like I've gotten to the point where when you understand everything presented to you is a scam, it kind of takes a load off your mind. Is that I don't have to worry about that. I guess I could if I find it interesting. Like again, this Kubrick stuff. It doesn't matter whether it's just an interesting puzzle, and I have a deep appreciation for the mind of Stanley Kubrick, possibly what's being revealed through his film about him, his psyche, his shadow, his dark side. I find that intriguing, rather than what J.D. Vance said or something. Like I don't care. I'm aware of all the narratives, but at the end of the day, it's like I just tune in to find out what the scam of the day is, just so I'm aware, so I'm kind of informed of what people are talking about there, because it prompts a lot of discussion, right? And that discussion prompts a lot of division, right? That's one of the black ops. The internet is the only thing it's good for is finding strangers to fight with online. That's about it. And this channel. So there's a lot out there. There's a lot to take in. The internet can be a big place. And like I say, as a good policy, I think there ought to be like they're putting age restrictions on youth for using the internet. I think we need to put it on boomers. The farm was in Manitoba. It was right here. This is where it was. I lived in the armpit. So this is where the farm was. That's the town. Grunthal, Stealth Docks. No, I don't live there anymore. But I lived in the armpit. Grunthal, Manitoba. Ontario was our neighbor to the east. I was about an hour and a half drive from northwestern Ontario. And now I'm approximately, let's say, 19 hours, 20, not quite 33 hours, but say 22 hours west of Ontario, the Ontario-Manitoba border. That was my house, right in the armpit. But yeah, the internet's got a lot of wild stuff on it, and I would say boomers should not be allowed internet use without not parental guidance, but if you're of a certain demographic, age-wise, you probably should have a child or grandchild assist you in navigating the internet. Because look at the Generation Alpha. You think they care about whether the ISS is real or not? They know it doesn't matter. They know it's not important. So I've really regressed into my Gen Alpha state where I just don't care. And some things I can't be bothered to care about. Unless you were to buy me a coffee, pin link at the top of the chat, and give me some incentive to care. That might be a whole different scenario. But that's a bit of a scam too. But, feel free to buy me a coffee. It's a good time to bring this up here. Make me care. When the dollars come in, that might incentivize me to care. What's the term for Canadian redneck? Just Canadian. Yeah. Canadian / redneck. That's redundant. You're basically saying the same thing. It's like military intelligence. Or no, that's a contradiction. Redneck Canadian, that's just a redundancy. You may as well say a Canadian or a redneck. Make me care about making you care. Well, how about you make me care about making you care? To make me care. You want to play that game? It's on. Cognitive dissonance. Yeah, there's that too. There's that too. I don't think that's what's going on between these temples on my smooth brain. But cognitive dissonance is a problem. And again, I look at a lot of things from both sides. Like I've seen the moon landing skeptic side and the moon landing Israel side. I've looked at the ISS skeptics. Like I know both sides there, and it's like I'm not trying to defend a particular position. I'm just pointing out whatever side you're on, it's all scammy. So if you want to die on that mountain, pick the hill you want to die on. The ISS would not be the hill I'd choose to die on. I got better things to do. And contradicting yourself like that. Okay, so that you bring up some interesting points here, Mr. Momo. Contradictions are permitted because you can't change your mind. That's fair play. Cognitive dissonance is you're telling yourself to believe a lie because the truth is harder to accept. Right? It's easier to get somebody to believe a lie than to get them to believe that they've been lied to. Allegedly equipped by one of your Yankee. I guess he wasn't a Yankee. He was. Oh no, he was north of the Mason-Dixon line, wasn't he? Mark Twain. Is that Mark Twain? Was he a psyop too? I think Mark Twain was a psyop. Yeah, gaslighting yourself. So again, I'm not a boomer. I'm not a Gen Alpha. I'm Gen X. And if I'm to believe what I see on the internet, somebody kind of shed some light on this. Is one of the things Gen X is repulsed by is hypocrisy. Right? I think we were kind of hovering over that territory with the cognitive dissonance and contradicting, gaslighting yourself. It's hypocrisy when you hold yourself to a different standard than you hold other modes or means of truth. And that's what I avoid. I think my whole generation is utterly finds hypocrisy abhorrent. That's what turns us off. And so that's what I'm careful to avoid. Sometimes I'll say stuff not controversial or provocative or anything like that. It's just for comedic purposes. But if I'm truly contradicting something I said previously, I may have changed my mind about the matter, and I'll acknowledge that. Like you're allowed to change your mind, but if you've changed your mind, but you're leading people on that you haven't changed your mind, but meanwhile you have, you're being that smacks of hypocrisy, inauthenticity. So that's something that don't go well with me. So I think that's kind of what Momo is, Mr. Momo Muhammad is kind of circling, circling the target there, very close to the target, and cognitive dissonance is dangerous to yourself. Hypocrisy, it just ruins your credibility, right? Contradictions, well, you can explain away contradictions. Like there can be legitimate contradictions. Like I said, I believe the Van Allen issue was a deal breaker for the moon landing, but it's like in doing closer analysis, it's not a problem. Like the technology existed at the time, and to this day, the Van Allen radiation issue is not an issue. Are there other issues? Yes. Are any of them fatal to the moon landing narrative? I haven't seen a compelling one. Let's see here. I just posted a video share about the ISS. It's from the best or only one, but it presents more than adequate proof of the fakery. The best one has been removed, unfortunately. Only if you decide to be curious. Is Momo a good thing or bad thing? Well, Rebecca came up with Momo, so it's neither good nor bad. It is a bit of a scam. Momo being I guess a term of endearment of your handle Mohammed. So I don't know, maybe in France Momo means something that it doesn't in this chat, but I'm thinking it's not a bad thing. If you're taking it as a bad thing, well, feel free to correct the record. But as far as I'm concerned, Momo is it's neutral. It's just a easier way than saying Muhammad. Now maybe another Muhammad will spring in on the chat and say, what's this Momo fuckery? Stop it immediately. Well, then we'll know that to some Momos or some Muhammads, Momo is not a good thing. But goodness, badness is in the eye of the Muhammad, I guess. It's neutral. It's just a identification moniker at this point. If there's negative connotations, I repent and beg forgiveness. But if you're not sure and I'm not sure, then it's probably not good or bad. It's probably, as I said, just a neutral. But if anybody can correct me on that, feel free to pipe up, put your 2 cents worth in. And if you've got 2 cents, buy me a coffee with it. Why not? Yeah, I don't really have an opinion, but it does seem to me that Rebecca is the one that came up with the Momo moniker. So maybe if she would weigh in. She's off scowling somewhere else, I guess. Probably stalking King Chow Chow. Seems like she's got these stalking tendencies. Allegedly. But yeah, we're kind of run off the rails here. So, Wasamatau has posted some incontrovertible evidence he shared on his channel, allegedly. If you buy me a coffee, I'll put the link up. Otherwise, you guys go over to Wasamatau's channel and go check it out for yourself. I'm not going to sell your content on my channel without you paying for it. I got to get mine, right? Gotta get that money. Money. Oh wait, money's all fake, right? Yeah. Buy me a coffee, don't buy me a coffee. Doesn't matter. It's there. The link is there. Do what you will. The link is there. It's pinned at the top of the chat. You've been going on for 3 friggin' hours? Is that for real? Plus the other one was like half an hour? Wow, talk about your tweet battle. This is an epic crash out. How long are we gonna go? Guys, I'm just getting started. Or guys and gals, I'm just getting started. I got lots of smokes here and lots of coffee. We can just go on, and there's a whole thing of farmer sausage. Haven't even thinking about checking out my dinner yet. As I said, undecided about moon landings. In 1996, Time, wasn't it Time magazine or Sci-Fi, published an article saying that high atmosphere pilots were experiencing radiation so strong from the Van Allen that when they closed, get different shielding. A possible explanation there too is depending on upper atmosphere radiation phenomena. Like the Van Allen radiation belts are outside the atmosphere. So lower atmosphere, you'd be experiencing ionizing radiation, but most likely it would be either UV B or C rays because of the lack of ozone and proper shielding in an aircraft. Like an aircraft, the construction of it is much different than shielding for space travel. Shielding against radiation. And you don't need a lot of armor plate to shield against radiation. It's not like you'd need a ton, but your typical aircraft, their eyes, they could see it brightly flashing. At the end of the article, a NASA scientist said, maybe one day we'll have the tech to travel farther from the planet, but we don't right now. In 1996. Again, Time, PSYOP, and travel farther from the planet in relation to traveling within the atmosphere, aviation-wise, or outside the atmosphere. Like it's, I don't know. A lot of stuff I take for granted that people know because I've studied in school. Again, you say, oh, get your book learning. Well, there's ways of verifying stuff. I have my ways. But it's just being able to ascertain and discern the nature of this realm we live in, right? And so, in understanding the types of radiation that you are encountering and how to mitigate the harm, I got 10 last week from you in the cooking live stream. Check out the article. I may or may not. I got a lot of the PSYOP 2 is science says, or scientists say, or this or that. And if it's meant for widespread consumption by a public, it's sort of sketch. It's sort of a scam. So Time Magazine, from what I understand, was a bit of a scam from its inception. So I may or may not check that out. It's not like I'm in denial or something. It's like, again, it doesn't affect me one way or the other, whether we went to the moon or not, or whether Time Magazine is correct in their portrayal of truth, or what they want you to believe is true. It just sounds like a lot of effort and researching stuff that I really don't care about. I've seen the Challenger astronauts angle. That one seems to be thoroughly refuted. It seems like a bunch of tweak babble. I could be wrong. At first look, there's a sense of credibility to the claim that the Challenger never happened. But on closer inspection, it's sort of, that's not a thing. So, yeah, Time, National Geographic, ABC, and so on, and so on, and so on. Like, it's just, check your source, you know, like, if Time Magazine makes a claim, what ability do I have to verify that anything they've published is true? And this is the power of art. The power of music, the power of film, is you can get a counter narrative in a way that communicates not necessarily your version of truth, but it's a counter narrative, right? And so, say I took up Les Matthau's direction to go explore the Time Magazine article from 1986, and I spent 6 months researching it, and and then what? Getting on the internet and saying, I believe it or don't believe it or whatever, until I get 1 million subscribers, it's sort of, I don't have a lot of influence. I'm not even trying to influence you guys. I'm just telling you how my mind works. The article is interesting. So, okay, just for interest's sake, I can read it and not do anything with it. Sure. That's legit. That's fair. Trained in philosophy for nearly 8 years. Oh, so we got an appeal to authority here.
largely focused on analyzing evidence and discerning truth from falsehood. We're all philosophers. We've been spending our whole lives doing that, or at least I hope. We, I hope that's been part of your operating system. 8 years is nowhere near enough. That's what I would say. Uh, and I'm not uh, putting down your, in your own words, useless degrees. Or would you say worthless? Worthless. I think that's the term used. Worthless degrees. Take what you want. Yeah, that's the underlying message. It's like, all right, I'll take it or leave it. It doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Uh, and Muhammad says, I appreciate both sides of everything. Like you're kind of forced to make an evaluation based on all the narratives that you can find. Certain narratives, though, is what I'm positing is like it doesn't warrant that much investigation. If the big if, this is the asterisk, if you've already settled in yourself that it's mostly a scam. The vast majority of everything you see is a scam. So if the vast majority of the ISS footage is fake, well, that confirms my position that the vast majority of everything you take in with your eyeballs and the rest of your senses is mostly scamming. Like 98% plus, maybe even more. Maybe 99.8% is mostly scamming. So once you've kind of got that established, you can pick and choose the things that are interesting. So if you're finding a 1986 Time article interesting, I'm not going to take that away from you. It's interesting. Period. You know, so that's about as far as you need to take it. Some things you don't need to take any farther than to say, oh, that's interesting. Case in point, I've revisited, it's been a while since I looked at Miles W. Mathis. I've talked about him. Have I experienced a ghost decrypted? Have not. I've experienced some weird stuff. I'm still trying to process whether it falls in the realm of interesting, truthworthy, important enough to figure out. But those specific ghosts or cryptids, I would say that's a big no. It's just I was saying I'm not appealing to authority. You know, I was just giving you a half finger there. It wasn't a full finger. I was just being I was just badgering you a bit. That's all. Being a little badgery. La rata. Because I appealed to authority too. I said I've studied this stuff. Physics, math, chemistry, biology. Like I've seen the stuff they present as a operable working theory. Some I can see is like, okay, there's enough evidence to support that. Other stuff is like, you guys are just talking out your ass, right? Not you guys. I'm saying the education system and things that are out there the meta narratives that we're all supposed to believe. It's like some of it is like, no, that's not a thing. But Miles Mathis, he's kind of a master of giving you the other side of the story, or the rest of the story. So getting back to what Muhammad was saying, Mr. Momo, I was reading a few articles yesterday afternoon of Miles W. Mathis' page, because I hadn't checked out his stuff since I was back on the farm like 6 months ago. So he's always got interesting stuff he's writing about. A lot of the psyops, a lot of the things that, a lot of the fakery. Mr. Momo said, I've had stuff happen and it sparked interest. Yeah, like I don't want to sit here and take away from anybody's experience of what they've gathered in with their own senses and sense of perception and whatnot, but there may be explanations, that's all I'm saying, that don't require the ghost narrative or the cryptid narrative. I'm not saying one way or another they exist or don't exist. I'm just saying there's more than one way to skin a Sasquatch. I guess when interesting stuff happens, like you want to process what you've experienced. And so, based on our limited capacity and knowledge, we find ways to make sense of what's occurred or is occurring in our own lives. So, sometimes you're just going on the best information available, and you convince yourself that your experience is this. Well, there might be another narrative that may explain your same experience in a way that you weren't expecting. So it's being open to all possibilities, not just the ones you kind of adhere to. So again, this goes back to the cognitive dissonance. I'm not saying one way or the other, whether cryptids, supernatural, ghosts, etc., this, that, that you've convinced yourself and can't be convinced otherwise. You named your ghost George. All right. Okay. Well, I should take that back. I forget if I ever told you guys the story, but back when I was like 18, 19, we were all into the Ouija board. We would go get hammered and high and we'd pull out the Ouija board. And so there was some weird stuff going on Ouija board wise. And I don't know, like at the time it was, I don't want to say profound, but it was difficult to explain or explain away. And so yeah, I should retract what I said, because this just came to mind memory. It's not like a repressed memory or I was trying to cover up or be deceptive. I just hadn't put this in this category of ghosts or cryptids. But back in the day, using the Ouija board, we were stirring up some weird shit. And yeah, we'd work work our shitty jobs Monday to Friday, and then get together on the weekends, and then like Friday night, Saturday night, we'd all just grab a few cases of beer and grab a few sticks of the marijuanas and sit around and see what we could conjure up from the old Ouija board. Yeah, trippy stuff. Now, did my experience with the Ouija board create a worldview in me that affected me in some way? Possibly. But yeah, maybe in telling the story, I kind of use some examples of specifics, so maybe you guys can evaluate or help me process this. But yeah, I forget who came up with the idea, but we were going to start playing with the Ouija board. And what we did was we'd take a full sheet of paper, a loose leaf sheet of paper, you know, 3-ring, you know, those loose leaves you'd have in school, the 3-ring binder with the lined pages, and we'd just make a Ouija board in pen or marker, and you know, with the alphabet, the sun and the moon, the yes, the no, the blah blah blah. And we used like a we had a roll of tape. So it was like one of those where is it? I think I got one. I had one here. Oh yeah. There's this stuff. There's Scotch tape. So the spool of the tape, we would use that because it was lightweight. This is electrochemical tape, so it's. But we needed something that everybody could put their fingers on as the palette or something. Palette. I forget what the proper name is, but we'd all. There was usually 4 people that would have their hand on the thing, and then the thing would do its slidey thing. So I'm just using this as a visual. This is, we didn't use electrical tape because I don't think it would work with electrical tape, but Scotch tape. I guess the Ouija board. I guess they has to do with Scotland or something. I don't know. Maybe someone knows, but. But anyways, we'd make these hand-drawn planchettes. There we go, planchette. That's probably it. That's okay. We're just going on about that. So yeah. So anyways, we're going along, and you know, you're asking the thing questions, and it would answer yes or no, or it would spell out things and this or that. And it seemed like it had an intelligence based on what we were experiencing. Like the thing, you could feel it was moving, and it didn't feel like somebody was pushing it. It felt like there was something holding it to the table in a way that we were following it. We weren't directing it. So it seemed legit. So we would get going on this trippy thing, And some alleged spirits of the dead were claiming they were speaking with us. And oh yeah, one of the things. So we made it on paper. This is a long-winded experience, but I said this is going to be like a 10-hour live stream. We made it on paper so that at the end of the night we could burn it, so that any spirits contained within what transpired wouldn't have their access or portal through that the medium we were using, which was a paper Ouija board. So kind of this was the mythology. It's like you can use the Ouija board, but you got to burn it. You got to destroy it after you're done with it. Otherwise, the spirits will get you or something. The ghosts will come. I don't have an opinion on that. I'm just relaying what our understanding was, or the understanding we operated with at the time. So another part of the mythology was that if the spirit, I'm not going to use scare quotes every time, but well, let's just use the word spirits, and by that I mean what we believed were evil spirits or tormented souls suffering in hell. Right? That was kind of part and parcel of the mythology. We were dealing with the dead, and they were in torment. That was sort of our basic understanding. I'm not saying it's true. This is just what our basic understanding was at the time. I wouldn't risk messing with one of those boards. Yeah, neither would I. I wouldn't go near it at this point. Just based on my worldview is that there's something there that is let's see. How would I frame that? There's less benefit to using that medium of communication with whatever than if I avoided using Ouija to be a part of my basic operation in life. Spirits of ex-humans. Well, from the Christian standpoint, biblical Christianity, it's like the spirit of man lives either in eternity with God, I use scare quotes, or will experience punishment. And so our paradigm was that we were contacting the souls of the damned, and in the course of our communications over the weeks, months, however long it was a short season. Like we were less than a few months. But it was kind of eventful. It was sort of, we look forward to the weekend, let's get together and get trippy with the Ouija board. It was like entertainment. Degenerate entertainment for a bunch of degenerates. So another part of the mythology was that at a point, if you were making the spirits angry, and again, we're evil spirits, the thing would start traveling in a figure 8 pattern, and it would just stop communicating with you. It would stop talking. So you'd have to reset. You'd kind of have to get up, have a smoke, go for a piss, or go throw up in the toilet or behind the bush, and then come back once everybody's kind of refreshed, and then try again. See if we can call the spirits back. But it's sort of like that when you saw that figure eight, like nothing. It had gone incommunicado. It was being belligerent. You had pissed it off, and you were in trouble. So the other mythology was that you had actually conjured up the spirit of Satan himself, and it was a satanic manifestation occurring when you saw that figure eight. Your buddy who kept messing with the Ouija ended up doing not good stuff. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that becoming a way of settling into a worldview that's not healthy. Let's put it that way. In any case, getting back to this long, drawn-out, painfully boring story. We would get it going on, and people were asking questions. I forget specific questions, but we were having whole conversations. And at some point, one of the spirits identified itself, and one of the people we were playing with, she was kind of the Ouija master. She kind of taught us all the lore. She was pregnant at the time. Not by me, but she had a little baby growing in her. And the spirit named itself, I think, I'm just trying to remember if it was that girl or a different girl. But I know for a fact this girl that we were playing with was pregnant at the time. And I had a girlfriend at the time. And she got heavily into it. And she was from a strict Christian background. Seeing some of the Christian girls were the most degenerate. And so this spirit identified itself. I don't want to name names. But the spirit ended up convincing her, and I guess the rest of us, that the spirit was going to, I don't know if the word is reincarnate or come back to life on this planet through her baby. And that she was pregnant, and the soul of that child that she had was communicating in a way that I am going to be reborn in your child. So that was pretty trippy. And so I can't remember if it was that particular girl. She ended up having a child, and I think she might have named it the same spirit that identified. My memory is kind of hazy. A lot of things were very hazy from back in the day. I had to quit drinking because the Brewers and Distillers Association up here in Canada said, "Listen, you gotta save some for the rest of the folks out there. Like, this is getting out of hand." They sent me a whole letter. I don't have it anymore, but they basically put me on notice. It's like you're wilding, man. So there's a lot of stuff that's foggy, but some of these memories are correct. So the part I'm foggy on is whether the girl that was doing that Ouija stuff with us, if it was her or if it was another pregnant girl that gave her kid a trippy name that it's like, why would you name your kid that? That's nuts. But that's not the interesting part. Muhammad is that lady's kid. Oh my God. Alien face, smoking emoji. Ooh, I just gotta chill up my back. Allegedly. So I was participating. Like we all took turns. We found that some people had a better knack of doing it, and so there were people participating, and then some were watching. And the interesting thing is, the people watching, they could communicate without having to be a part of the physical, tactile process of having their psychic, spiritual energy physically touching the planchette. We're going to use that word because I don't know a better word for it. The Scotch tape, spool, and so it was, if there was 6 or 7 of us there, you only had room for like 3 or 4 people to be touching the spool. So there would be 3 or 4 people spelling out or getting answers off of the board. But the rest of the crowd was able to participate. Don't say zo. I can't or won't say the name. Well, I just said what I wasn't supposed to say. But what ended up happening is, over the course of time, whenever I would physically touch and try to participate, the thing did not want to play. And it had been responding, with me and 2 or 3 other people. It was answering, but at a certain point, the, again, scare quotes, spirits didn't want to have anything to do with me anymore. And before I get to the end of that story, I remember one of the questions in one of the sessions. Max is getting all nervous here. One of the people asked, "Are you here with us right now?" And the answer was yes. Yes, I'm here. I forget which alleged spirit it was. Yeah, I'm too degenerate for the spirits. I'm gonna have to come up with a way to I can do it up here. Okay. Hopefully you'll be able to see this. Okay, but anyways, I don't have a box of here, but something here. It's a visual. Oh my God. Boxes are shit. Oh, here we go. Ooh, Banco. So during one of the sessions, we were all sitting around the kitchen table, hammered and high out of our brains. And someone said, "Are you here with us?" And, yes, of course I'm here with you. Well, can you show yourself to us? And so there was a box of cereal, not panko crumbs, but there was a box of cereal behind us on the counter. And it was like, "Will you show yourself to us?" And we were expecting to see a ghost or something. And the answer was yes. So, okay, well, show yourself to us right now. And no word of a lie, I have no reason to lie. I'm just telling you what we experienced, and I wasn't the only one that experienced this. Well, what we heard out of the box of cereal was this rustling. We heard a sound like this, and the thing we all could hear, like it was kind of a ways off. Like if I'm here, it was like 6 feet away, but everybody heard the sound of this cereal, whether it was Cocoa Puffs or Fruit Loops, I don't know what it was, Raisin Bran. This cereal started making a sound like there was a little demon inside, for lack of a better. And there was no mice, there was no mouse, there was no cockroaches. Everybody there heard what the sound I just made for you. Again, not with panko crumbs, but with a box of cereal. A box of cereal was sitting on the counter, and we heard a rustling inside, and it was audible. We all heard it. We all agreed we heard it. Like there was nobody saying, that's a trick. No, we all, as blasted as we were, we all heard it. We all agreed we heard it. There was no arguing that you didn't hear what you heard. They're like, "Oh, that was pretty trippy." So that's kind of one of the specific questions and the results of questioning. So was that a ghost? I don't know. I really don't know. But what got interesting is over time, the more we played, it seemed like the same spirits would return. Again, this one where the spirit said it was going to inhabit this baby that was growing in this young girl's tummy. That took a process of weeks before it got to that point. What got spookier though is that girl and the girl I was seeing at the time, they got involved in this automatic writing where they would play by themselves, which again was kind of a no-no. You're not supposed to. It's not safe to do that. So they were doing like this automatic writing where they would spend hours a day just Ouija boarding by themselves. And see that's a little messed up. So that's kind of a side story, but over the course of time, when I would sit at the table and want to play by placing my hand, the thing would just go dead. Telekinesis is fascinating, possibly. Maybe interesting. And so I got rejected by the spirits. I was too much of a degenerate, I guess. I was told to go sit in the corner, essentially. So we'd be playing. We'd start off where he would start to play, and then someone would ask a question. It would kind of either just go dead, or it'd do the figure 8 thing, or it was just kind of standoffish. It didn't want to the monkey didn't want to dance. Right? Because we're like, dance, monkey, dance. Because this was a trippy, fun pastime for us, for the most part. But as soon as I physically touched that thing, unresponsive. So I would go sit off in the corner, and it got to the point where if I would try to engage with it verbally by asking questions, the thing would again have a negative response. It would either get angry in its own way, unresponsive, and so like there was like this building animosity towards me from the Ouija board communications. So I remember this. I was sitting off to one side with my 16th beer in my hand, and people were playing. There was 2 or 3 or more. They were doing stuff, and I was kind of, again, I was told to sit in the corner and shut up because these spirits didn't want nothing to do with me. And someone asked a question like why are you being such a dick to the Ouija board? And the answer was something along the lines of, we don't like somebody here, or something like that. There's and so the follow-up question, well, what's the problem? Who don't you like? And so there were minimally, I'm going to say 3 people that were controlling the board. And the thing came off the paper. So here, let's see. I've got this pot holder. I don't know if you can see this, but if this was the paper, and I was sitting over here, the thing came off the paper towards me. And then, so picture this. It's a big, not a big round, but a round kitchen table with people sitting around it. And I'm kind of at one end. And so the people that were playing, imagine there's one here, one person across from me, and a person sitting back here. When I was asked, like, why are you so angry? It came to the edge of the table. And it was coming like towards me. And then the way I describe it, it's like people had their fingers on it, and it's like the thing, the planchette, was trying to come at me. So imagine you're stretched out with a finger or 2 on this thing, 2 or 3 people, maybe 4, I forget. But it's sort of like they were so stretched out, and this thing is literally hanging off the edge of the table, and then it just flew out of their fingers and fell at my feet, more or less like it just did. So there's no way they could have used their muscles to push it off the edge. Like, the thing literally came into the air. Like, like nobody was flipping it, nobody was trying to manipulate it. Maybe they were turning on me, I don't know. But what I'm saying is, based on my understanding of physics, there was no way to impart a force on that planchette with your fingertip in a way that it flew in the trajectory that it did, because it literally flew. Like it didn't hit me or anything, but it came towards me. Where it's like, again, imagine stretched out as far as you can. Like try this yourself. Maybe there's an explanation, but 3 people, I'm saying minimally 3 people, grab a roll of tape, a Scotch tape specifically, not electrical tape, stretch out the edge of the table and get that thing to fly up into the air, which is what it did. It flew up. It went up and then landed. So, am I explaining it in a way that you understand? Like the thing flew up in what we interpreted as a clear sign of aggression towards me. And I was like, that was trippy. Like, it's like everybody was there. Like, how did that happen? Like, it wasn't just my judgment. Everybody's like, what the hell just happened? Like, if you've never played Ouija, like, we use that Scotch tape spool because it doesn't have a lot of weight. And you could feel when the thing is going, it's like the thing is being sucked, like, with downward force, not from your finger, because one of the things is you touch it as lightly as possible. Now maybe as the excitement grows, you tend to put more downward force with your fingertips in a way. Hard to say, but it felt like there was force sticking that little spool, which had very little mass, very little weight to it, in a way that didn't feel natural. If you were just using like 1/10 of an ounce, or maybe a gram or 2 or 3, maybe 10 grams of force downward or less. I mean, we never measured the amount of force we were putting, but we consciously tried to put as little force with our fingertips as possible. And you could feel the thing, it felt like there was a force keeping it down on the table. Until it got to the end, when it decided to fly up away from the table. And it's not like it flew like 10 feet in the air, but it definitely, it was hanging off the edge, and these people were straining because they didn't know what was going to happen. And the thing just ploop, fell right at my feet. So, needless to say, I mean, whenever I was around, the thing was pissed. So that shows you, if you're such a degenerate that the Ouija board literally wants to attack you, you're my kind of people. But everybody there saw it. Everybody agreed what they saw happened. Everybody agreed that, no, that wasn't me. Even if 2 people tried to make that happen, I don't see a reasonable means by which they could accomplish that. Because again, the thing was literally fighting gravity. If anything, they were trying to prevent it from falling down. If anything, they would have been pulling backwards. So if they were literally putting pressure to keep it backwards, there's no way they could have pushed it forwards and up, is what I'm getting at. Did I explain it kind of reasonably? Did you get what I'm saying? So that was, I guess, to answer Momo's question, Mr. Muhammad, or Mr. Muhammad Ephraim. That was the closest to a ghostly experience, if we assume that the lore of the Ouija board is that you're communicating with deceased spirits or possibly demons. In the, I guess the Christian worldview would assume there's good spirit and evil spirit, a satanic spirit, a godly spirit, a holy spirit, an unholy spirit. So if we're basing this on the assumption that we are communicating with spirits and they're not departed souls that are with the Lord, but they're in fact spirits that are in torment, or possibly demons that are deceiving, then that was pretty graphic demonstration of that. So again, is that what defined my worldview as far as understanding good and evil spirits? I don't know. There is, I hesitate to see, I've read a lot of Christian lore as well, and some, not all, some writers through, let's say, even 20th century Christian writing, Christendom, depends how you want to categorize it. They talk about the power of the human soul. So there's spirit power and soulish power as well. And so I don't want to say I subscribe to this, but through the interpretation of the power of the human soul, there's a lot of suggestion, a lot of manifestation that may be explainable through that side of the human experience, in that there's soulish power at work. And I don't want to get into a whole unpackaging of that, but because there's lots of rabbit holes to go down there. But it may not be a spirit. It might have been soul power that's basically, let's say, the power of the mind, even, to create a certain reality and manifest. Again, I don't want to get too deep in that, because it takes you in directions that only get more confusing the farther you go. So I'll just leave it at that as far as that soul power. But that was definitely trippy, in the sense that I can't say I have a perfectly good explanation for any of what I just described to you. And it doesn't matter. Some of it is Gnostic. Yeah, I don't. Little ladybugs are coming up. Thaw out. Coming out of hibernation. Gnosticism is, I guess, a sect or a cult that formed within Christianity. And even terminology is so difficult. I don't even like using the word Christianity. If we're taking Christianity to mean the practice of the revealed will of God through the person of Jesus Christ, and the religion that arose after his life, death, burial, and resurrection, that was like a catalyst or launch pad point for all manner of different kinds of teaching. And Gnosticism was one of the sects that arose at the time. And Simon the Magus in the book of Acts can be traced back to one of those Gnostics. There was Gnosticism was something that the early, I would even call it the primitive church back in the day, was battling against, because the Gnosticism basically just believes in dualism. You know, there's good and evil, and that's it. It's either one or the other. There's no gray, no room for gray. And black and white can be a good thing, but the duality that Gnosticism espouses is not essentially beneficial for helping you grow in the knowledge of God. Let's put it that way. I don't want to get too preachy. Those are spirits, yeah. Yeah, it's the spirit of Panko. So yeah, there's a lot of like Gnosticism and a lot of this esoteric knowledge that comes out of that. That a lot of the secret society stuff, a lot of even this Jungian stuff. I believe Jung had influence through some of this Gnostic teachings, and we spent a whole hour or two talking about The Shining and how Kubrick was influenced by Jung. He may have been influenced by this duality, this Gnosticism. I'm not saying I buy into it. I'm just saying what Stanley Kubrick produced, based on what he experienced and was trying to communicate, was profound. In that he could do it on 35mm film in the format he did, at the time he did, in the way he did. And electric knowledge, not cult stuff, let's just say, if you dig and dig and dig, eventually you kind of come back to that root that's in Gnosticism. In a lot of content creators and websites that I've encountered, like it's all over the place. Is this helping me communicate what I actually believe? Probably not. It might be even more confusing. The plasma, the ether, right? Electric knowledge, not cult stuff. So yeah, there might be something. It's only in the tiny sliver of recent history that virtually everyone didn't take for granted that the paranormal exists. Breaking down song lyrics. Okay. Yeah, electric Gnostic. If I look it up, I mean, I'm not necessarily inclined to, but I'm just saying in what I see a lot out there, even within Christianity, the Gnosticism still persists within the so-called church. And I'm not going to use church in square quotes. I'm kind of a reformed churchgoer. I don't think the church is where it's at. That might be presumptuous to say, but I believe that the Church of Jesus Christ exists. But it's not in the visible church, in the brick and mortar buildings and the organizations that you see as the front-facing visible church that calls itself the Church of God. A lot of these organizations promoting themselves as Christian not, in fact. That's why I said my doctrine is cowboy Christianity. Love God, love your neighbors, at least those that aren't trying to kill you, and be kind to animals. Of course, the church is a scam. So yeah, it's one thing if it's a scam. Like, that's bad enough. But if it's actually holding itself out as a church and doing the opposite of the will of God, well, that's a whole nother mess. That's a whole other shit show right there. So, I guess my concern in life is to do the will of God in my life. And if it benefits others, I guess that's a net benefit. But I am about pursuing the will of God in my life. The church is about, a lot of the visible church, let's just say, is about pursuing the will of the church. Whatever that agenda may be. Not necessarily the will of God. That's about all I'm going to say about that. And we could spend days, weeks, if not months, giving examples of how that is the case. Yeah, and I was brought up in the Catholic tradition, which didn't make any sense to me. Graven images aside. A lot of it is the money. Yes, there's the money. That fakey, scammy money. This power, influence. Other deviant, degenerate activity as well. But it's not necessarily about defining my religion at this point. I'm still trying to answer the question of any experience with ghosts or cryptids. So we talked about the Ouija. I guess another example or experience I had, and some may be familiar. Yeah, I'm a Reformed Catholic, and like I said, I'm a Reformed churchgoer in general. I haven't darkened the doors of a church in many a moon, and God is not offended in any way. So through. Okay, well, let me see what you guys make of this. So, from about the age of, let's say, kind of for accuracy's sake here, let's say around age 20 to age 33. Just because 33 is a nice round number. I would, at times, experience what's been described as sleep paralysis. Right? Who's heard of sleep paralysis? Or who's experienced sleep paralysis? So that was an ongoing thing. I wouldn't say frequent, but it was a thing back when I was a younger degenerate to about the time that I was a middle-aged degenerate. And it kind of was a gradual thing where you'd be lying in bed, half asleep, half awake, and then suddenly, like, you just can't move. And then as the experiences progressed, it's like there's a sensation of something. I don't know if night terror is the same thing. The sleep paralysis is like you're legit in a waking state, and you can't move. It's like you're immobilized. And it's like it would occur just as you're drifting off to sleep. So you're kind of in that, I forget if it was an alpha state or beta state or delta brainwave state. But you're definitely not in REM sleep state. But it's adjacent to sleep. It's adjacent to sleep, and it's adjacent to wakefulness, consciousness. So I don't know if night terror is precisely the same. It could be. I would have to look up the terminology of what night terror is. But I've seen it documented and described as sleep paralysis, to the point where it felt like there was something sitting on my chest at times. And then there were like visual manifestations of, wow, it looks like there's this soul-sucking demon sitting on my chest as I'm in this paralyzed state, helpless, trying to scream out, and nothing's coming out. And you're paralyzed. I had an OBE in bed. Something that had eyes of fire that had me. Okay, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't precisely call it OBE per se, because I was fully aware that I was helpless and unable to do anything, and I was literally trying to do something, but I couldn't. But it's like when your optic nerve is either creating something that your brain is processing as a vision or something else. I don't know exactly. Like I say, it's happening kind of prior to not even approaching that REM state of sleep. And this happened right up until the time that I made a decision for Jesus Christ to be Lord of my life. And so that was around year 2004. And that was around the time that I was 33 years old. So it didn't instantly happen where there was deliverance or whatnot. As Momar says, the name of Jesus is what caused an abrupt and kind of decisive end to that. I remember lying in bed and let's just call it an attack, a sleep paralysis attack. Whether it was a demon or a manifestation of something going on the smooth gray matter of my insides of my skull, I don't know. But I remember an attack coming on, and I don't want to say it was an intense attack or try to quantify it, but it's like, oh no, it's happening. And my reflexive response in the past was to just try to wake up, try to scream, and really the thing would just it would end without me having any control over when it ended. It just ended after, say, a minute or two. I would say the whole manifestation, the experience of any one single attack or episode would be maybe a minute. I don't know. It's sort of time kind of stands still. But I remember after, it's like, okay, I gotta start doing this God thing. Yes, Jesus is the way, the truth. You know, I said the creed. I made the decision, and it was after that conscious decision to say, yes, I'm going to live my life for Jesus Christ, that another attack was beginning to occur. And it was intense enough that I was reaching the state of full-on paralysis. But I did what Momar said. And all I could kind of whisper or enunciate was, Jesus, Jesus. And it stopped, like, instantly. And then it never came back. Like, that was the end of it. There was no more sleep paralysis, no more events, no more episodes, no more attacks. It just stopped dead. So whatever it was, and whoever Jesus is, there seemed to be a connectedness. So do with that what you will. I have no reason to lie to you about this. This has been my experience. There's something higher than the name, word level that is nameless by humans. Yeah, so I don't know how it worked. I don't know why it worked. I'm just glad it worked. But it was that name, the name that many people don't like hearing, don't want to talk about. But that's my story. That's my testimony. Like that's something that I experienced. That's how it went down. There was sleep paralysis, and then there wasn't. I better change out battery packs here. This was shit to bed. So just interesting stuff that happens to strangers on the internet, yeah? Let's see if I can charge this one up. Back up again. Just some lighthearted content on a Friday night. Just some shit talking on the internet. Justin Garza representing La Rata. Justin Garza having an out-of-body experience. You were getting holy visions? I would say I had visions. Nothing profound. But this was after I had become, what at the time I would say Christian. I had a faith in God, Jesus Christ. I had what I would, for lack of a better term, a God vision. And it's hard to describe, so I don't even want to go into the details because it's sort of, I don't want to say it's too sacred, but it's sort of like it's not important that you know what it was. I'm gonna take a piss. You guys say hi to Justin. Ask him about his ghost experiences. Ask him what's happening, if he's ever played with the Ouija board. You missed a lot of tweak babble here, Justin. You showed up just in time. Get this train back on the rails here. But yeah, I got to piss yet again. So talk amongst yourselves for about 52 seconds. Maybe 42 seconds. Oh, come on in, Pepper. You guys need another story? I got stories. I got another story you might find interesting. Hiring and firing. $23.50 an hour or $49.99 a month. When I began studying quantum mechanics, scam, it not only convinced me God must exist, when before I had no belief, but also that we're in some sort of simulation or analog of that, God simulation computer. Yeah, I think quantum mechanics is mostly a scam based on scam mathematics. A lot of theoretical physics is total scam. Like quantum computing, that's not a thing. Allegedly. It might be real, but I think it falls in the category, squarely in the category of scam. In any case, that's not what I was talking about. I had a story. So. Let's go back in time about 16 years. So 2010. 2010-ish. Oh, I know a lot about it. I studied it for crying out loud in school. Not the most convincing explanation of anything. I mean, one of the goals is to have a unified theory of everything. Quantum mechanics allegedly took us closer to that, but it sort of doesn't. It sort of does, but it sort of doesn't. Unified theory of everything. I don't. Yeah, it's still gonna occupy its place in the realm of scam science at this point. But it doesn't matter. Mud Fossil University? Of course not. I have not seen that. Okay, I only studied quantum mechanics up to a certain point. When I was in engineering back in the 1900s, that's when I first got exposed to it. In engineering and in theoretical physics, that was trippy. That was trippy. The guy who was teaching us, he was working on one of those particle accelerators and shit like that, and he actually had fingers missing because of dealing with the radiation and whatever was going on. So it's not like the physical effects of what he was playing with weren't real. It's just his interpretation of what he was presenting was, again, theoretical physics. I don't know that any I don't even know why they made us take that. I don't know any engineers that employ. Well, okay. Maybe quantum computing engineers might employ quantum physics, but quantum mechanics. But I wanted to be a civil engineer. I wanted to build roads that you could actually drive on, a bridge that wasn't going to fall apart after 10 years. I was going to be a civil engineer. Never did become. But yeah, displays our understanding of physics is trash can juice. Yeah. I don't know, as a civil engineer, electrical engineer, mechanical, you're not using quantum mechanics. Why are you teaching us quantum mechanics? We don't need this shit. But they taught us anyway. And I don't know if I have any physics textbooks left, but I think they all got trashed. But yeah, I've got and had books in my filthy farmer fingers that go fairly extensively into quantum mechanics. I just there's still a. I'm not trying to debunk it. It's just it doesn't pass the smell test, and sort of falls in the same category as the moon landing. Yeah, I'm not saying that's why it's a scam. I'm just questioning what, as an engineer. And that was shit, was that first year? That might have been. That might have been second year physics. It was still intro to physics, but it was like second year physics. Yeah, we're going way back in the archives now. And irrelevant whether it was first year or second year. Like, we had such a course load in engineering. It was insane. I'm glad I didn't become an engineer. That's shitty. That would have been shitty. But anyways, let's go back to 2010, more recent history. So in 2010, I had what I would call a faith in God, a vital faith in God, for about 5 or 6 years. And in the early spring of 2010, I had it in my mind to go visit this ministry. I'm not going to name the ministry, but some of you may have heard about it, or maybe familiar with it. And so I was planning this trip. It was a ministry that was in the United States, of all places. It's in America. And so I had to make a road trip. And so I was planning this trip to go visit this ministry just because I saw what they were doing on the internet. And it's like, that looks like something I might be interested in being a part of. And it was kind of a, let's just say, a charismatic signs and wonders nature. It was kind of fascinating to me. Sort of maybe a lust for power or something. I don't know what was going on exactly, but it was definitely intriguing. And I was seeing stuff on the interwebs, and it's like, I need to go verify this with my own eyeballs and just experience if what I'm seeing actually lines up with reality. So it was kind of a fact-finding mission. Because there was a lot of claims being made. And it's like, if this is legit, this is worth looking into. So I decided to look into it. So I planned this trip to go visit this organization and see if I would encounter what they were claiming to encounter. And so I had the date that I was going to leave, had made all the arrangements for the trip. I kind of had some financial provision made for me along the way that made the trip basically no cost to myself. Like it was amazing how things fell into place, but that's not the testimony that's really compelling. I had even tried. I wanted to invite a couple. I had invited at least 2 other people to come with, just so there would be like an objective extra set of eyes to see, to verify if there was something actually going on that was of any value. And for whatever reason, they declined. You know, they were able to, but they just, and there was maybe even a will to go, but they just declined. And so I kind of took that as, okay, this is a venture that I have to journey on my own. This is something I have to. This is a kind of a personal thing that I have to pursue, and I'm okay to go to alone. It's not that I was afraid of anything, or there was any stigma or anything sketchy about it. It's just I presented an opportunity to people. They're like, "That's a good opportunity, but I'm not going to be able to join you on your quest here." So I made the journey on my own. The interesting thing is the night before I was to leave, I had what I'm going to call a God dream. So anybody, maybe different terminology, a prophetic dream, a God dream, somewhat of a vision. But I had this was the most, and throughout most of my life, I've been able to remember dreams fairly vividly. Some people, they can't remember their dreams. Some people claim they don't dream. But I've always been able to have dreams and remember them, not in excruciating detail, but the night I was put my head on the pillow to leave the next day, I had the most vivid dream, most intense dream. I guess, okay, a nightmare. Has anybody had nightmares? I've had nightmares. I had nightmares as a child. I even remember some of the content of a nightmare I had when I was probably 5 or 6. I don't remember a lot of nightmares, but this one had the intensity of a nightmare, but it wasn't a nightmare. It was just an extremely vivid dream, and it carried a message that I would attribute as that came from God. The themes throughout it, like I was fully participating. It wasn't lucid dreaming. Like I wasn't directing what was going on. I was experiencing a storyline that was unfolding before me, and there was symbols that were being shown to me, and I was able to understand what was going on as I went along in the dream. And it came to a climax, a finale, and I immediately woke up, like wide awake at whatever time in the morning, 3 a.m. or whatever. And it's like I remembered the totality of the dream. I even had a chance to write it down. But I remembered every detail. I remember what everything meant and what it was supposed to mean, the way I received it. But it was just the sheer intensity of it. It was like I was living it. It was like an actual memory of something I was actually participating in, but it was fully a dream. And the themes and the message had to do with the gospel of God. So it was something that's why I call it a God dream. I remember a number of nightmares from age 3. Talking about psychology. Yeah, there we go. So I didn't have an experience of that intensity of a dream and a recollection of it and a full understanding of where I was in my life at that time. Like full and complete understanding that this is what I'm supposed to take away from it. And I was kind of stunned. And I couldn't get back to sleep after that. Like it literally, I was just pondering it like for days. And it's like, I gotta make this trip. I gotta drive in the morning. I gotta make this trip. I'm trying to process this friggin' dream. I mean, I had more or less processed it, but the processing was just like, what did I experience and why? Like, what's going on here? Like, I had experience being a dreamer. Deja vus are kind of fallen a bit of somewhat of a similar phenomena. But this was not a glitch in the matrix. This was how I received it at the time. It was like this was a message from heaven or from the Holy Spirit or from God. There was no deception behind it. It was pure. Let's put it that way. It was like as like the quality of it was that, yeah, this is truth, and the source of that truth is from God, and it's somehow being communicated to me through a dream. And I wasn't sure how much I liked that. Based on the timing of it as well, is like, what the fudge? I don't have time to deal with this powerful dream experience. I got shit to do. I got to be on the road. I got things that have to be worked out. I gotta connect with people, and now I got it. It was almost like a burden. It's like, why did I get this? Like, in one ways, I look back at it, it was a gift, in a sense. But it's like, I don't know if I really want this. This is a bit of a heavy burden to be dealing with. And so anyways, the drive was about a day's worth of driving. And then I spent 2 or 3 days visiting, maybe 2.5. Like, I left on the 3rd day to head back home. And it was like a day's drive back home. And so I went to do my scouting, my reconnaissance, my fact-finding mission at this ministry. And I was very pleased with what I found. It's like, yeah, there's something going on here. It's legit. I'm willing to invest some time and energy following what's going on here. So I kind of made my connection, and one of the aspects of this particular ministry is sort of along the signs and wonders theme is a prophetic ministry. So speaking truth over people and situations, and so the ministry had a specific prophetic ministry expression, and I had made a few friends in my time there, people in the coffee shop or the bookstore, or the people at the front desk at the reception. A few people, like I didn't really know anybody. I just showed up unannounced. I didn't say I was coming. Nobody knew me. I was a perfect stranger. But you get to meet, and so you're there for 2.5, 3 days or whatever it was, and so you see the same people, and they're like, oh, you're from where? From Canada? Wow. Everybody's got their accent, American accent, redneck accent. So I'd see the same faces. It's like, well, it's everybody's super friendly, super helpful, and so I'd gone to some of the meetings, and you know, got to see the folks there, and they had this prophetic ministry, and like I was aware of it, but I was like, that seems a little sketchy. I'm not convinced that there's any value in that. And so as I was kind of getting ready to head back, hop back into the I think I had a 1994 Ford Ranger I was driving at the time, the old four-banger Mazda motor. And I was kind of on my way out, and I said to the people there, I was like, "Yeah, I'll catch you the next time. I'm ready to head back home." And there's like, you know what? Before you go, I think the Lord has something for you. And I go, "Really?" And they're like, "Yeah, you need to check out the prophetic ministry." I'm like, "Do I have to?" And it's like, uh, it's like, no, it'll be quick. Like it's not like a whole day thing. Like just go have a seat over there, and then a couple of people, they'll call you in, and they'll prophesy over you. I'm like, egad. All right, like what have I got to lose? And it's not like there was a resistance, but it's sort of like it wasn't a priority. I didn't go there to get prophesied over. I don't know what my I wouldn't say I really had a grid for prophecy, prophetic ministry, words from God. But they're like, no. I think you really need to check this out. They're like, trust, and I had no reason to distrust anybody because everything about the time I spent there was positive. Everything was A1. There was no reason to have any distrust or any resistance. So okay, I'll take your word for it. So anyways, I'm sitting in this chair and I'm like, oh, okay, all right. So I gotta wait my turn, and then the prophets are gonna give me a word of prophecy. And I'm not gonna go into a whole discussion of what prophecy means biblically, but in this sense, it was people giving utterance, speaking words by the power of the Holy Spirit to encourage, exhort another believer in the Lord Jesus Christ in a way that edifies and encourages. So it's basically just speaking words of encouragement over a person. Let's put it that way. Prophetic ministry in this sense was just one person asking God is like, God, what would you like Brother Brent to know today? And then giving words of encouragement that allegedly come from the Spirit of God, the Holy Spirit. So, okay, I'm not opposed to that. So anyway, my turn comes up. And I sit down in the chair, a different chair. So I was in a waiting chair, and now I got into prophecy chair. I'm going to receive my prophetic word, my prophetic utterance from the Holy Spirit. And I wasn't skeptical. I just didn't know what to expect. And for the whole time I was down there visiting this ministry, I still had this dream weighing on me. It's like, what do I do with this? Like, do I tell people? And so I had journaled. I was big into journaling back then. And so I had written down all the details in the dream. So I would have it on paper as a testimonial, or in case my memory ever slipped. And I'm not going to share the contents of the dream at this point. But the data point is, I had a dream, and I didn't tell anybody about it. Nobody but me and the Holy Spirit knew about this dream. And so there were two people, the two prophets, that were going to hear from the Holy Spirit and give me words of encouragement. And I'm like, okay, let her rip. Like, I wasn't being standoffish or facetious or nothing, but it's like, I didn't know what to expect here. But someone told me they believed God had something I needed to know. And so here I am. And that was my approach. It's like, okay, I trust God is working for me, and if there's something he wants me to know, by all means, well, let's have it. I don't want to shut out the power of God in my life. So it was a little more than swamp gas, but in any sense, I sat down, and so there was a guy and a girl. The girl was sitting to my left. The guy, we were all facing each other. It's not like there was any, I had to close my eyes or put on a blindfold or strip down naked or anything. It was all just legit. And these two folks, a guy and a girl. And so it started, and the girl, the first words out of her mouth was, "Brent, do you ever dream?" And instantly, they had my attention. It's like, what did you just say? Is what was going through my head. Did you just ask me if I dream? All I can think about is this freaking dream. For the last 72 hours, it's been nothing I can think about other than this dream, and then, experiencing what I'm experiencing. But just so off the cuff, it's like, Brent, do you ever dream? I'm like, oh, here we go. And then she goes on, it's like, Brent, I feel the Lord is just saying, he wants to give you dreams, and he needs you to know that he trusts you. That these dreams are important, and it's like a gift, and even if they're confusing to you, it's going to help you in your walk with God, and it's just on and on and on like that. It's like, what on earth am I hearing? It's like this woman is reading my mail. It's like nobody knows about this but me and God. This dream I had, that I had perfect understanding of what it meant. The intensity was like nothing I've ever experienced. She's like, yeah, God just wants you to be encouraged by the fact that, you're someone he really likes, and he wants to give you more dreams. And not to shy away from it. Like, just embrace it. I'm like, good grief. Like, I didn't say that, but it's like that's exactly what I needed to hear in that moment. And then the other guy, he gave an encouraging word, and it was very encouraging too. The details were, I'm not going to bring along here because they're less relevant, but it's not that they're that personal, but it's just, they didn't have the punch of out of nowhere. She's like, here's what you do with that dream. Just hold it close to your heart, and God will make it all good in the end. was kind of the synopsis of it. I've never experienced anything like that in my life, where someone with no knowledge, no possible way, like I didn't mention this to anybody. I had kept this under my hat, like nobody. I didn't text anybody. Is like, by the way, hey, I had this weird dream. Like there was no way anybody could have given me that word of prophecy unless they were employing telekinesis or some kind of witchcraft, or they were hearing from the Spirit of God. Because it was like bang on. Uh, Tarot, yeah, I mean, I think that's a whole subset of what's going on in the spiritual. Uh, I'm I would not dabble with tarot in the same manner I would no longer dabble in Ouija or encourage anybody to. Uh, Later on, did the dream have relevance in some? Yes, absolutely, it had. Uh, it was basically, the long and short of it was the condition of the church of God, at least the visible church of God, and the bad direction it was going. And there was nothing anybody could do about it. And my editorialization of it is what we're seeing in the visible church, like, doesn't matter whether you're Protestant, Catholic, Orthodox, otherwise, it's all just crumbling. Like the house of cards seems to be coming down, and that's not the true Church of God. You know, the fellowship of the beloved in God. But the visible church is really, it's not even tearing itself apart, it's just falling apart under its own weight. And so what I didn't see back then, I see perfectly now. And that process has been going on for a long time, long before I was even around. But it seems like things are accelerating now in that regard, in that context. Telekinesis, telekinosis, telepathy, I guess, telepathic, reading someone's mind. Yeah, telekinesis. Yeah, correct. You're correct. Telekinesis is moving objects just through the power of your mind. Telekinesis, television, telenosis. So anyway, yeah, Muhammad, you do you. If it's someone you trust and you're kind of, that's a territory you're willing to venture, I'm not gonna condemn or judge. It's just I would say that's a territory I would, for myself, not venture into. Uh, yeah, I mean, well, what's Mattel's last comment? The politicization of the kingdom of God, it's tragic. It's tragic. And it's a symptom, not the cause. Like, yeah, it's just there's a lot of bad. I don't want to condemn Christians that participate in church, because there's a lot of sincere people that are in a. I was in a system, an organization, and I had to extract myself to come to a place where I could say the kingdom of God is not the church. And so I'm a follower of Jesus, not a follower of a man or a follower of an organization or a follower of a book even. I'm a follower of Jesus. So you've got a lot of idolatry in the church. There's bibliolatry, there's churchiolatry. Like, idolatry is bad, bad, bad. Making anything other than God a god, we make ourselves into idols. These are just principles that God wants us to avoid. Let God be God, and let the created be subject to its creator. So that's kind of my position. I'm subject to something bigger than me, and that bigger than me is it's called God. So anyway, the dream was pertinent to a lot of that accelerated deterioration, the rot in the church is all coming to the surface. And it's, if you're outside of the context of the church or a faith in God, you may not be paying any attention to this, but being part of that faith, that system, which I'm going to call Christianity, for over 20 years now, I'm interested in what the people who say they follow God are actually doing and saying, and then comparing it to what God says they ought to be doing and saying in relation to my knowledge of God. Not that I know it all about God. I'm still a work in process. And I don't want to be an isolationist in that, my understanding of God is only about my private interpretation of what it's all about. But like I say, a number of profound events in my lifetime. And then since becoming a Christian, again, this dream happened. I was a Christian for maybe 5-6 years that I would say that I had like a vital faith in Christ. I'd been brought up in the Catholic Church. I had departed from the Catholic Church. I had professed a love for God, but not a committed acknowledgement that God is Lord, because I just still wanted to sit on the throne of my own life, do my own thing. At a certain point, that faith in God means you're giving up your desires and embracing what God desires for you. So, yeah, some kind of doctrinal, theological threads weaving their way through this discussion. But in any case, I got that dream, very profound, got that basically dream, and it wasn't a dream interpretation. She didn't tell me what my dream was, but she just said, it may be confusing to you that God is doing this in this manner, but God does speak to people in dreams, and he just wants you to be encouraged, that he trusts you with what he shows you as you dream. He wants you to be encouraged and not shy away from, just again, she had her finger right on the pulse of the matter, or on the heart of the matter. And I walked away from that, I was like, wow, that blew my fudging mind. And so the drive back home was like, wow, that just blew my fudging mind. And then when I got home, it was like, wow, that trip just blew my fudging mind. And then you know what happened after that? I started having these intense dreams for a season of probably two years after that. It was maybe 3 or 4 nights out of a week. I would have an intense dream, nowhere near the intense, I shouldn't say that. there were maybe 2 or 3 notable dreams that were very intense and very it's like there was a specific message behind them. And again, I was able to wake up and understand what message I was supposed to be taking away. And it all had to do with dealing with this good versus evil and how to resist the evil and embrace the good. And like the themes were very diverse in ways. There were flying dreams. There were dreams like I was going on a quest with other believers, and we were like, we were pursuing the will of God together, and like just all manner of these intense, what I called at that time these God dreams or prophetic dreams. There's a way to induce these dreams. I wasn't trying to stir them up. I was just kind of along for the ride. And maybe there was something influencing me, but I wasn't trying to self-induce. And again, I was journaling in that season. So maybe from 2010 to 2012, it started tapering off and petering off, where it wasn't so much frequency and the dreams weren't of the same intensity. To the point where nowadays, like, it's rare that I have what I would call a God dream or prophetic dream. I'm kind of thankful I don't have that intensity. I believe it was meant for just a season. Even if it wasn't, if maybe somehow I've done something to offend the Holy Spirit, that I'm not being gifted with these dreams, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I'll answer for that. Or I'll take responsibility for that. But I don't think I could. I don't think I would be able to hold up that level of intensity. Because, like I say, for 2 years plus, it was like a couple, 2, 3, 4 times a week where I'd have these profound dreams, and I would write them down. And I would make notes. It's like, this is what I think this means. And I'd tell other people, it's like, I had this crazy dream. You want to hear it? And they'd be like, holy shit, man. Like they wouldn't say you're crazy, or you need to go see somebody, or that was pizza. Some pizza you left out on the counter that you shouldn't have eaten the following morning. Like they're like, oh my God. And it's like I didn't want to be putting myself out there as someone who's hearing from God, because it's like it would just be a matter of like, hey, a trusted friend, I had another one of those dreams. Remember I told you I had that dream? Well, I had another one. You interested in hearing it? And if they said yes, I'd tell them the dream, and then they'd be like, it would be impactful. And it wasn't about promoting me. It was like, there's something we need to do with these dreams as far as helping in our understanding of the direction we're going in. And that whole season, like that was a huge impact. And I think it did shape a lot of the ways I've carried myself over the last decade plus. But it was something very inexplicable unless you appeal to a power outside yourself, which in this case I'm saying that would be the Holy Spirit, not the spirit of the Ouija board or whatever that was. So yeah, there's a lot of practitioners and a lot of disciplines that I think there's some legit power going on, but there's some power, it's like, it's not power for power's sake. There's some power I just don't want to expose myself to because I can't confirm the source of that power. So that's just my cautionary note. At the time I was having the dreams, I was trusting that this is something from God and that it's good, and it's good for me, and it was good for anybody who was interested in listening to it at the time. And I'm just sharing the happenings. I'm not giving you any of the details. Mr. Muhammad has had a vision of Jesus. It's burnt in his mind and heart. So yeah, an impact was made. All glory to Jesus. However that manifests, it's all glory to God. It's not, look at me, I had a vision of Jesus. Is look at Jesus. Look how beautiful he is. Look how wonderful he is. I want to get to know him better, you know. Because one of my assertions is God is knowable to humanity. God has made himself known and he is knowable. And if you don't believe that, well, you don't have to believe it. But I believe it. And others believe it. It's those that profane the name of God while proclaiming to be followers of God. That's where you're in sketchy territory. Because, as I said, Gen X really hates hypocrites. Jesus hated hypocrites too. Oh, man. Did he tear a strip out of the hypocrites? Go read those first 4 books in the New Testament. Come back to me. Let me know what you think Jesus thought of hypocrites. He wasn't about condemning the sinners. He was about... it was like God-level trolling of the hypocrites is what Jesus was into. God level. It's available to everyone. I don't know if it's a look inside thing. I mean, that's just the thing. Like, and this is kind of splitting hairs theologically or doctrinally. It's like God is, and I am not God. Like, I don't believe that there's a little bit of God in every one of us. It's sort of like we are given the gift that God can bring us into fellowship with himself, but we are not God. God is something other than us. And that is the miracle. That is the good news, the gospel, that God dwelt amongst us and we beheld his glory. And that glory is in Jesus Christ. So that's my sermon for tonight, and I'll start out with, have you seen a ghost? So a very interesting direction this is taken. You guys are probably saying, wow, Brent's really shining. He's shining just like Wendy. Brent and Wendy are shining. They're crazy, man. We are not God, but God is us. Yeah, I don't see I don't have a refutation for that. That's not what I believe. Like the Christian faith is both exclusive and exclusive. It's both. exclusive and inclusive. The exclusivity is that there is only one God, and by virtue of being God, He is God. And by virtue of being God, we are not God. But it's inclusive that God welcomes us all in to fellowship, communion, to be in the family of God. And Jesus said, I'm the doorway. I'm the door. He who seeks can only enter through me. So that entrance into the fellowship only comes that one way. It's exclusive in that sense, but it's the door is wide open to anybody who wants to walk through it. So God is us. I can't agree with that. Having communion with God is not the same as God is us. Because if we're all God, then there is no God. I mean, again, it's kind of many words have been written and spoken about these topics. I just don't think we're separate from God. I think we are. Separate from God. What did you say here? Well, you said God is us. If we are not God, then God is not us. So I'm not trying to nail you to a cross here, so to speak. But just want to be as clear as possible. And I maybe am not the best to communicate this. If you want some good reading material that kind of shed some light on this, God is completely other than us. I believe it was American, A.W. Tozer wrote these very wonderful short little books, really essays on God. And he was kind of this backwoods preacher. I don't know, forget if he was a Baptist or what. Like, he was just kind of this unassuming guy, but he had a real gift for communicating certain truths about God. And one book I picked up, I fell in love with it. I believe it's called Knowledge of the Holy, where it discusses the different attributes of God, the holiness of God, the goodness of God, the mercifulness of God, the kindness of God, the love of God. And he had a way of writing these truths in a way that helped you understand that God is completely other than what we are. And so I would encourage anybody, it's really not written for the theologian, it's written for the everyday man on the street. Just discussing certain aspects of God. And again, you're trying to correct my understanding of God, and I don't want to keep going back and forth trying to correct your understanding. In a sense, we are not separate from God, but in a vital sense, we can never be God. And that's the essence of it. here's a kind of interesting point to kind of help me clarify. I am skeptical towards anyone who claims to know such things and calls them truths. So I'm kind of calling them truths. A.W. Tozer is not promoting them as truths. He's describing God as he knows it in a way that helped me understand that putting yourself in the same category as God is a flawed approach. And I'm not saying that you're saying that that's what you're doing or saying, putting yourself in the same category as God. But if God is, and he says he is, and if he is who he says he is, then there can only be but one God. And if we're all God, it's sort of, that syllogism falls apart. So we have the ability to commune and be, God can make us a part of him, but we can't make him a part of us. Like that's something only, that's a work that only God can do. So the way we become part of God is through his family. It's the spirit of adoption. We are adopted into the family of God. He singles you out, provides the invitation, says, come on in, be a part of the family. I'll adopt you like you're my own son. Just like my son Jesus here. Good old Jesus. All you got to do is trust in Jesus, and you have all the benefits of adoption as a son of God. So in that sense, we become sons of God, even though we vicariously become part of the family of God through adoption. So it's definitely profound way of thinking. If I'm not saying you're not used to, or anybody here is not used to thinking theologically. I think we're all theologians, even the atheists, because they have a view of God. Theology is just the study of God. So if you've done a study of God and you've come to the conclusion, well, there is no God, well, that you're still a theologian. Even if you can't read English or Spanish or any language, in your own thoughts and heart, you have an ability to comprehend the concept of God and then exert some mental energy pondering that existence. And whatever you conclude is what you conclude, but you're still a theologian. You're pondering, you're studying, you're thinking about, you're processing the existence or reality or denial of God. So everybody is a theologian, whether you know it or not. Whether you've been to college or university and taken the courses, just because you've got a piece of paper saying that you're a theologian, everybody's a theologian. Everybody has to deal with the question of God, and the answer is individual. So again, sounds like Wasimatau, Momo, others. I'm not hearing a lot of chiming in. There's a little bit of discussion going on. I'm just communicating to you in the best way. A lot of this stuff about Badger Boy, Lady Boy, has said like some concepts we don't have language for. And it's like God is one of those things, he's virtually indescribable based on the tools of language that we have to describe an indescribable let's call it being, person, the person of God. There's an intelligence, there's a will, there's a creativity, there's a beauty of God. Like there's all this stuff that's knowable about God, but our language limits us as to how far we can take our understanding of God. And in other senses, Bao has talked on topics and says, like, I regret that I don't have language to speak in a way that does this topic justice. And I kind of have to just settle that and be okay with that. And this is one of those things, like it's not like we're talking past each other, but it's sort of like there's a rooted understanding I have. The more I think on these things, the more clarity I feel I'm getting. And it could be just a feeling, but based on my, like I say, my experiences, my testimony, my personal knowledge of God, it's like there's not enough tools that I have to make it clear. But the beauty of it is, I don't need to make it clear. The gospel of the kingdom is simple. It's all about Jesus. the whole thing is about Jesus. So that's kind of the punchline. Doesn't matter what you know, who you know, how much you think you know. If it ain't about Jesus, you're kind of going in a direction askew. So that's kind of it. It all boils down to Jesus. And so the Sunday school answer, and Sunday school teacher, does anybody know the answer? And is the answer Jesus? Yeah, the answer to everything is Jesus, but that's not the specific answer as to, the question I was asking, which was, how many times did they march around the walls of Jericho before the walls came tumbling down? The answer is Jesus. Technically, yes. The answer is Jesus. People throwing out scripture, like you'll notice, I haven't been throwing out chapter and verse here. Like I don't think that helps. It may help, if somebody had a specific question about a specific something or other in the Bible. I'm fairly knowledgeable about the Bible. I've read through it several times, and not just reading, but like studying it, trying to study like what is God trying to say here. Like it's not unknowable. Like the Bible is a good way to get an understanding of that. But yeah, just throwing out scripture out of context, not good. Something along those lines. This is what kind of helped me uncover hypocrisy in the church. I had this great tooling that I used to bring to church. It was called a Bible. And it was one of those cross-reference Bibles where it had notes in the margin. So if there was a verse in the New Testament, it would give you the cross-reference if it was referring to something that was in the Old Testament, like the book of Psalms, like say Jesus was talking about something in one of his teachings, and he was referring to a psalm, or he was referring to King David or something, which was the Old Testament, or Paul in his writings. There's some discussions we could have about Paul. Yeah, throwing out scripture and Lane's chat or just various places. But I'd be sitting in sermons, and the preacher would be up at the front as I'm looking at the back of my neighbor's head. We'd all sit in chairs and face in one direction and watch one guy at the front of the room talk while you look at the back of your neighbor's head. That didn't seem sensical to me, but then we hear the word of the Lord for the people. And so we'd sit there listening, and the scripture he was teaching on would be saying this, but I'd look in my margin notes. It's like, wait a minute, this was something that was already mentioned in the Old Testament. So I'd flip to the Old Testament. It's like, what's coming from the pulpit here? What you're saying over the loudspeakers, the microphone, with the smoke and the worship team, you know, and the light show and this, and then you take the offering, and then you do the sermons. Like, you're taking this Old Testament established teaching, twisting it completely out of context to fit some kind of agenda, it seems. That's no good. Like, you can't do that. You can't play fast and loose with the Bible like that. And so it's like time after time. Like, I had this cheat sheet, essentially, this reference Bible. Book of Enoch, not scripture. It's a scam. Read it. It's not the word of God. That's a deep rabbit hole. That's not going to get you close to God. It's nothing but confusion there. It's historical writing, and even people that are skeptical of the Bible, even if you hate God, look at it as a work of literature, and just read it for its value as a work of literature. But Book of Enoch is part of the canon of writings of Western civilization, and that's about all I treat it as. Whereas the Holy Bible, the Holy Scriptures, I would say it's if we're going to delineate, there is scripture that is inspired by the Spirit of God, and there's writings that are not inspired by the Spirit of God. The Book of Enoch falls into the not inspired. But yeah, total scam. I mean, if you want to look at textual criticism, the Book of Enoch does not seem to stand up to scrutiny as far as the historicity of it. It's just it's a different category from the manuscript evidence that we can take, you know, the Hebrew scriptures, the people of the book, right, versus the New Testament, you know, the writings that were available from the time very shortly after the events they're describing took place. They were recorded, written down. Book of Enoch is other than. It's different. It's different. So it doesn't have the reliability, is what I'm saying. Dead Sea Scrolls or not. But yeah, I've checked out the Book of Enoch. It's almost like fan fiction. Let's put it that way. Like the Book of Mormon, it's fan fiction. Book of Mormon is not a thing. Right, Pepper? There may be truth hidden in everything, but there's also a lot of deception hidden in everything. I present to you the internet. So, but yeah, I don't, as far as evaluating the value of the Book of Enoch to helping my understanding of God, its value is minimal, if not negligible. So that's kind of that's my take on that, and again, a whole discussion. We can go into evidence why you think the Book of Enoch is something to pay attention to, and then there's lots of reasons to hold it on a different level of importance. So I'm not a fan of the fan fiction, but yeah, a very interesting discussion. Thank you guys for sticking through this. This has been going on for quite some time now. Well, yeah, there's a few of my insights and experiences as to kind of my history in God and history with the devil. Like, I used to be a child of the devil, most certainly, and quite happy to be one at the time. But no, not for me. Not for me, Shay. Devil, you can go eat a bag of dicks, Shay. We don't play that devil Satan stuff around here, Shay. Not into that. I'm not suggesting anybody watching this is, but I kind of have a different outlook in a direction that I am trying to follow. And so if there is a duality, you can only follow one master. So that's kind of, that'll tell you which way you're going. And again, that's up to every individual to discern. I'm not judging or saying that's wrong, you shouldn't be doing that. It's like God will help you. God makes it easy for you to follow him. So that's the encouragement of the day. Just follow God and peace out. I think we've exhausted this conversation for now. We'll do some more Tweak Babble another time, yeah? Thanks for coming. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're at 422 subscribers, I believe it was. So that's good. We're on our way to 1 million. Yeah, we'll see what comes of the power smoke. I'm going to be back on that thing again tomorrow. We're going to do some ripping wires apart, ripping harnesses apart. So there might be an update for the end of the weekend, Shay. Let me know if you see any badger sightings, Shay. But now it's time for some dinner at 11:15. After 5 hours of tweak babble. So, good grief. Babble on, you tweakers. Till next time.